Alright, I didn't see this earlier, but Ornlu is playing his USA Cup games. So we're going to attempt to spectate that. Ornlu versus philofisaur. This is Byzantines against Hindustanis. We're just gonna get right into this game because it started, I didn't even realize it was happening. We gotta cast Ornlu. Can't not cast Ornlu. Announcement. USA Cup continues as we cast Ornlu. And then we just grab this video URL from YouTube. Throw this in the link. That's there. Put that in my OBS chat so I can view it. Hello, Sir Cranen. Hello, Bailo. Help spring us alive. It really hasn't. It's still cold here. Bailo. It's still cold here. And all right, we are going to have Ornlu as the yellow Byzantines against philofisaur as the gray Hindustanis. Let me add both of these fine players to my list. The players. And hello, Brandy again. So Twitch is going to do ads again. Apologies for Twitch doing its ad thing. Make sure that I can view everything here. So this is a pretty big ELO match difference, but not as different as we had the other day. Ornlu also picks gray sometimes, so this is like the ultimate Ornlu color matchup. Oh, and look at that, Sir Cranen on both Twitch and on YouTube. USA, yes, hello, why don't you say hi? So let's just catch up to real time here. Oh yeah, look at Ornlu microing in real time. And a roller coaster of weather for you, kind of the same here. Look at this, Ornlu pushing the Ibex, he's gonna get it in. He's going to get that Ibex right. Oh, Ibex and... Oh, he's lucky that the Vil pushed it back. I'll calculate. Calculated from him. Perfectly calculated. Doing another house, so he's not housed. So, okay, he's done it. He's done it. I have a pen in my hand. So when something happens, I just toss the pen when we get excited. Oh, thank you very much for using the Prime sub you have, Sir Cranen. Welcome to the chat where we can watch Orloo. I can't hear this for some reason.
We'll see how British longbows fare against French cannon.
Oh, and I also need to set my audio to my headphones and not my speakers. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Had to go to my desktop and that minimizes stuff. There we go. Now I can hear the game properly. I just realized I didn't hear your sub alert and was like, oh, I can't hear anything. So Orlu's going to back dock as the Byzantines. Byzantines sometimes would like to forward dock in the past, go fires, but I guess you're not really going fires anymore. Historical battles, nice. Well, I hope Orlu had better hope that his cataphracts pack quite a punch. So Byzantines against Hindustanis is a matchup where late game, if the Byzantines get to cataphracts, there's really not much the Hindustanis can do. Their best option kind of is hand cannoneer, but that's pretty hard countered by Byzantine skirms. So cataphract skirms, I've seen Hera as the Hindustanis lose to Yo as the Byzantines in that combo late game. Hindustani, it's just the camel bonus attack against the cataphracts is negated by the cataphract armor. Orlu messed up his draft. How did Orlu mess up his draft, Bikini? How did Orlu mess up his draft? Thought this was land madness and drafted Magyars. He thought that cross was land madness. Well, I mean, he still has an OP save for cross. But if he were planning on using Byzantine somewhere else, I guess he'll have to play Magyars. I mean, this isn't the worst map for Magyars anyway. But obviously he didn't take him here. I don't know what version of Cross this was. For TTL, I had done a very, very insane balancing of TC start locations. The wood lines are not my most modern wood technique, though, so they might still be a bit jank, but they're kind of always jank no matter what version of Cross you have. We got a comment. How many unique maps are there for this event, like the South Dakota map a couple days ago? No, that's a great question. I've not actually looked at the map pool. It is on... We do !USA Cup. There should be a link there. Oh, and that is in 2 commands too. Wait a minute. StreamerBot. I gotta fix my command. Where are we at, StreamerBot? Actions. USA Cup Twitch. And YouTube. Alright, now that should be 1 command. There we go. And now, how many maps are there? We'll look at the page. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 total maps with Mesa Verde, South Dakota Badlands, and Voyageurs being the new ones. Hello, Mr. Dutt. As Ornlu's up to feudal, what will he be doing? He'll be doing one of those Byzantine sneak docks and opening with a fire galley. He'll be against double docks, though, so philofisaur can garrison the fishing ships and go hulks. Just has to be careful about that villager being picked off since it's on the shorefish. Is it possible to change the gray color? I think I'll leave him as gray. Every so often, you gotta leave the players in their colors. And we'll have the fire from Ornlu. And philofisaur will garrison. And the reason you might open fires over hulks is because the fires stand up better to the dock fire. But you kind of have to go hulk after that to fight the other hulks. But what map, American map is this? This is not any particular American map, it's just Cross. It's a very standard map. There are some standard maps in the map pool, but only 3 custom maps for the event out of the 11 in the map pool. And Orloo gonna show off his great micro standing directly underneath the watchtower and taking an arrow straight to the head of his scout. So, philofisaur will guard that gold early on with the tower. As right now, Ornlu trying to pump out some hulks. Maybe getting a bit of an advantage over here, but not able to push into the dock. Able to get his hulks out quickly, but Byzantines only get an advantage on the fires. So 3 hulks now for philofisaur, and nothing to garrison inside of the dock because there are no fishing ships. And now Gray can simply push Ornlu. And go right into the dock and push him back. He has the hulks, he has the numbers. I think he can just go. I know Nikov was saying how fire is behind hulks can win. But I think you're fine. Maybe philofisaur could do 1 fire, but I think he's kind of fine here. Is the elo's correct? Yes, the elo's correct. This is the very first round. But I gotta say, Gray's playing pretty darn well so far. Protecting the fish. Ornlu is moving down to the next dock, so Orlu's trying to take all the ponds. He's scouting the northern pond, waiting for a Vil to head over there. And Castle Age from Gray, look at that! Look at this build order. This is where you have to be extra careful. Someone comes around 1386, really practices a build order for a map. And philofisaur has nailed it so far, I gotta say. Just needs a couple more hulks, maybe. And go back to the docks to fight. Oh gosh, those hulks. Yes, has to be careful here. Doesn't want to lose hulks for free. But he'll get one of Ornlu's hulks. I think the mistake here is just fighting out in the open instead of back where he could take the fishing ships by the dock. But Ornlu's not going to press the advantage there. Now philofisaur can go up now. Honestly, you get to the Castle Age, I don't think you... I mean, Could be an option just to forgo the fish and pressure on land. Ornlu's going to click up, but he's going to be a good minute and a half behind. No, he's going to do fishing lines. No, he's going to click up. All right, we see the amazing Ornlu micro at work. No, he's doing fishing lines again. He's housed. He queues a Vil. There we go. And much less idle TC time for philofisaur. Ornlu looking about his eco a bit there. Fishing ships can garrison the dock. I want to keep the docks focused on the hulks. Well, so far so good. Gotta be careful things don't snowball now. Alright, looks like they kind of are. Ooh, so things were roughly equal on the water. All of a sudden they're not. There's philofisaur up to the castle age, needs to go save the fish. But Orlu's invested a lot here, 5 hulks and a fire left over. He can attack the docks, as he'll dock the north. But that is gonna be a castle right on his face, let's go! Let's go! Look at that! Gray color on the minimap, nice and sneaky. Gonna wall in the Vils. Ornlu's microing on the water. He doesn't see this. He doesn't see this. Ornlu's not a believer in towers to stop the castle. More walls going up. More walls going up. Ornlu's sending all the Vils he can. All the Vils he can get forward to try to stop this. That's not gonna be too many. As Gray just needs to build the castle. He's almost walled in. And Ornlu's deciding, nope, I can't stop this. Right on his wood line, right on his gold. That's going to hit farming space at the front of the TC, and they're going to be gulams all throughout his eco, and Orloo might have to go back to stone to get up a defensive castle. Oh, let's go. Let's go. This is why we got to leave him as Gray on the minimap, so we're just as surprised as Orloo is by the sneaks. Yeah, Gray just has to keep the Vils working here, build a mining camp on the gold. And then he's golden. Oh, look at that. Got to put him in yellow now. He's so golden. Armor now for the gulams. The thing you can't let Ornlu do is get to cataphracts. Ornlu will build the TC on the gold at the bottom. And he still has a lot of food income from those docks. But if the wood line is disrupted, then so is the fishing eco. Ornlu right now with quad pond domination. But that won't matter too much if gulams pillage his eco. The next step, we probably want to see a workshop and then some mangonel pressure along from philofisaur. As philofisaur is adding a second TC behind this too, so he's gonna be booming a bit behind the pressure. All right. I still think he needs another workshop at some point. He's got to be careful. He is 0 on wood right now. One pesky Byzantine spearman is raiding his berry patch. So not the best eco by any stretch of the imagination for Gray. But Ornlu's saying, when in doubt, boom it out. Doesn't have any upgrades on the TC, so no fletching. That actually means no fletching. The TC does only 5 damage. And the gulams don't need the second armor upgrade now. I don't know if philofisaur is paying attention to that. But could have meant he could have maybe gotten an earlier workshop if he would forego the armor for a bit longer. I just gotta pay attention to fletching. Once Ornlu gets fletching, then he needs the armor. But if Ornlu doesn't do fletching, then no need for the armor. Yeah, gray's the best color. Ornlu, like I've been saying, Ornlu himself likes picking gray. So he's getting a taste of his own medicine here. All qualifiers finished. Nope, this is, let me actually update this. This should say qualifier best of 3, yep. This is just the USA Cup qualifier. Warlords, I'm not sure about, but Ornlu's playing. I can't not cast Ornlu. Warlords is going to continue tomorrow if they're finished today. So our gulams, even though they're very similar to eagles, do not have any conversion resistance to monks. And Ornlu now, he has the stone. He might be going for a castle. And he's going to do a castle on his hill. That'll protect his wood line. And he can get cataphracts out now. There'll be a monastery here to convert cataphracts. Ornlu pretty far ahead in res collected. Still fishing everywhere. I think this would be much stronger if philofisaur had managed to keep 4 fishing ships on this lake and win the water when he had double docks. Yeah, now the cataphracts come out for Ornlu. And now he's basically unbeatable. Once he gets 3 or 4 cataphracts, or even maybe 2 or 3 cataphracts, then the gulams don't do much. And now the castle's up, that has enough attack. that. The golems really need their armor. And even then, it's not enough. So there's the first cataphract. Demos just aren't really that good these days. Yeah, Ornlu's streaming it right now. Yeah, the Byzantines have a nice castle. They have a nice castle. Orloo might lose his market. Never underestimate the pain of losing a market. There's a barracks behind this. Devotion for philofisaur. Orloo has gold access down here. This is a beautiful first forward castle, but now the challenge is how do you follow it up? I think the workshop for mangonels needed to be the earlier play for philofisaur, but then that's easier said than done because his eco was a mess from the fast castle. But I don't think that TC has done too much. However, 6 fills on stone, he's ready for another castle drop, but then so is Orloo. Orloo preemptively ready to deal with this. And just wants to get out some of those beautiful cataphracts. Hello again, limiting factor. There's Gillnets and Sanctity. As the Gulams... Ooh, with Sanctity on the Monk, that's pretty nice. Oh, that was a conversion right there. As the Monk stay alive, all the cataphracts save the Monk. The Gulam saves the Monk. Long distance poke. And now Orloo has enough cataphracts. They have +9 against infantry, and they will wreck the Gulams. No more stone for Orloo. He could buy another castle if he wants it. Oh, stream title is still on Warlords? Oh, thank you. Just when I changed that. Orloo versus philofisaur USA Cup qualifier. That's the good old I changed it on YouTube but not on Twitch. Alright, so we have Orloo. He's seeing the vills. He's up to the Imperial Age. He's using that cheap Byzantine imp along with all that food he's collected from the fishing eco now. And philofisaur is still vill fighting. Alright, but this was certainly a moment where philofisaur had the ship advantage on the pond. And I think should have been able to win his own pond. So if he does that, maybe docks a second pond on the way up, or lose food eco is curtailed. Philofisaur's own food eco is okay. He goes full on gold, and then can go for the workshop instead of the second TC. And maybe pressure Orloo a bit more with mangonels and rams. Well, I mean, this was the plan right here. This was the plan. I think you see maybe the difference between 1300 to 1900, how Orloo can react to this. And as strong as that initial push was, if philofisaur is against someone else who's also 1300, they're probably panicking, scrambling to deal with the castle, not up to the castle age themselves as quickly. But Orloo managed to deal with it, and now once he gets amp, he can start popping out the trebs, and with the cataphracts and trebs, he'll push this back. Upgrades, Orloo doing a handcart. Oh, there's imp from philofisaur. Which, I mean, that's not a horrible imp timing. But not the same as Byzantines when they have 4 lakes filled with fish. There is the outpost Orloo up to the Imperial Age. Doing block printing, extra range for the monks, theocracy also from the other monastery, and 2 trebs queued from each of his castles that should both be able to get heal bonuses, and philofisaur will call the GG there, realizing he's not going to win the fight in imp against the Byzantines. But well done, I think a couple of small changes there, and philofisaur actually has something going. Orloo able to react to it. I mean, he panicked at the start by sending all the vills to fight the castle and not getting them there in time. philofisaur did a good enough job. Wasn't perfect, but a good enough job in walling in the castle. And I also need to grab their drafts, so let me go to AoE2 CM and do that. Grab their drafts. Which I heard that Ornlu messed up. So the lovely AoE2CM.net. I don't have the map draft because there have been too many drafts since they did it. If anyone has the map draft, that'd be lovely. Ornlu is on the left, and I will give him a win of Byzantines over Hindustanis. Both players using their last picked civ. But those are not the correct maps. Let me try to find them. Because they're not on the captain's mode site anymore. Is there a way I can see this on the dashboard? Yeah, this matchup isn't showing up on the dashboard. If anyone knows how to get the map draft, that would be lovely and helpful. Alright, the next map will be Arena. Oh, look at this. Ornlu going Aztecs. And philofisaur going Teutons. Aztecs versus Teutons. Scores. Well, he's in a game. I don't think I can bother him. Another stream? What? Yes, Noob Netchum. Ornlu's playing. Can't not cast Ornlu. See Ornlu play in a tournament game. We gotta cast him. Should be an easy 2-0 for him, but you never know. Okay, we got a spectator delay. Aztecs against Teutons. I mean, Aztecs are a monk civ. In many ways, the Teutons do counter them. Aztecs are strong enough on Arena they can maybe just brute force their way to a win, even against Teutons. And monk rushing Teutons, I think, still is a good idea for the Aztecs, but this might be tricky for Ornlu. He'll have to figure this out. This is the tricky civ matchup. Ornlu's in a game. We can't call him. He's playing. We have the spectator delay. He's playing Arena. I wonder if this will be a Teuton's Trush, actually. I think it is only 900 HP, or not 900 anymore, 1080 HP on the walls. Nope, Hera is not from the United States. Okay, so game number 2 on Arena. Now, this is, I think, DE's ladder version of Arena, which you have to check and make sure there are no holes in the walls. Those happen sometimes. Looks like we're good here. But there are lots of jaguars in the middle. So, were philofisaur to go... Ooh, papaya trees. To go for a tower rush, would have to deal with the jaguars. But the good news is there are foxes where you could take gold. Now, Ornlu is the Aztecs' backstone. Only javelinas on this map, so less food than normal. You gotta account for that when you do your build. Probably add an extra vill. There are hills in the forests. This is an arena if there are hills. Don't. I'm just gonna try not to look at those. I'm gonna hope they don't come into play. Oh my gosh, that hill's so close to the gold. You're gonna TC and immediately be playing on a hill. This is an arena. This is an arena. Oh, why does Ornlu not have a US flag? Did I not put the L in his name capital? That's probably why. There we go. I guess he doesn't use the capital L in-game anymore. He always used the capital L for some reason. So lumber camp for him. I'm gonna be chopping away at those rainforest trees as the Rhea gets pushed in. And philofisaur, so far so good. Only 1 second of idle time. Doesn't have a lumber camp yet. Maybe a bit late to be going for the lumber camp. Aztecs easy win, not against Teutons. Teutons, I think, are probably favored against Aztecs on Arena. Aztecs are not the powerhouse they once were. Teutons have gotten better, their farms are even cheaper. They play 1.0 speed, they play 1.7 speed. So Javelina chases in the villager. Hunted by the vills under the TC now. These trees, some bushes, some jungle trees, and some rainforest trees. And also Ornlu doing the masterpiece mill. Trapping the vill on the inside. Trying to be extra efficient against these berries. So the next Javelina lore, let's see how well does Ornlu lure in his Javelina. Well, he's going to pick up the geese first. Honk honk, I have lots of geese by me. I have geese and deer by me. I mean, I'm used to those animals. So Ornlu going to shoot with a Javelina with the vills. That is not a... Ornlu, you can do better than that. The Javelina should be right here. Oh, that was... That's ugly. Using small trees. The only thing I don't make small are the bushes. These are normal trees. Aside from the bushes are or no, these are small trees, but the bushes are normal sized. I think the DE small trees makes the bushes extra small. I think that's just too tiny, so I use the normal bushes. There's Loom for Philofisaur, who has an awkward mining camp. M for mining camp on this stone. If this has to be a trush then. 18 vills, there's Loom. 666 food. Oh, that's the mark of the trush right there. 666 food. Alright, let's go. Let's go, trush. That's a 19 pop up with Loom. So 9 seconds of idle time. This will be pretty standard Arabia timing. And Philofisaur wants to hope that Ornlu does not scout this. Ornlu going to hit the scout. And is Ornlu aware he needs to be scouting for the trush right now? He also has to be extra careful that he doesn't stay out in the middle when the scout hits feudal. That's always a tricky thing to measure, the need to scout versus the need to keep the eagle safe. Ornlu also missed 2 of his geese. Doesn't scout or eagle win. In the Dark Age, the scout wins. In the Feudal Age, the scout gets +2 attack. And in the Dark Age, the eagle wins. In the Feudal Age, the scout gets +2 attack. And then the scout wins. And then the Castle Age, the eagle gets +3 attack. And then the eagle wins. So depending on the age, it's eagle, scout, eagle. Okay, 1 block. Depends on how many vills you put on it. If you're putting it directly adjacent here and only putting 2 vills, this is fine. It might actually be optimal since each vill then has not just the first stone pile, but also the second stone pile where they can chop adjacent or mine adjacent to the mining camp. But it all depends on how many villas you want to put there. So no archery range yet. This is not a Vinch style trush. This is just a pure old trush. 10 vills forward is the Teutons. Their towers have arrows for up to 8 vills. And Ornlu in a panic is walling behind this. So good old aggressive Teutons trush. This is how you play Teutons. This is how you play Teutons. I'm never gonna complain about someone trushing like this if they're Teutons. Ornlu needs to learn the secrets of the Dark Age drush. So now the tower can go up inside. Oh, that's open? Okay, Ornlu just quick walled that in time. Gray could have gone in. There's the next tower. You got Frank douched once. I mean, we would love to see elite Teutonic Knights, or Teutonic Knights of any form. So Market Blacksmith from Ornlu, as he just wants to go up. He'll do a defensive tower on his gold. And I think Philofisaur could fight that with a tower of his own. In a team game, it used to be possible, before they moved the gates to the center of the walls, for Khmer and Persians to do a team douche. Khmer player could build a house and hop the Persian villas over. Alright, so this Trush getting deeper into Ornlu's base. That tower, I think, could have been a bit more forward. Oh, well, philofisaur might think that too. Well, there's the tower right on the wood line, so Orloo has to run from the wood. Has enough wood for another lumber camp, but he might have to put that over to the left side. There's GG, he's scared. Well, so far so good for the Trush. It is working. The rest collected are pretty far behind when you have this many villas forward trushing. So you really have to put pressure on Orloo to make up for that. And so far, Orloo is managing to keep the eco rolling. So those villas have to keep going. Not much food left on the berries, on the papaya trees. But if more towers come up over here in this corner, that starts to encircle Orloo. So double bit axe and castle lead for Orloo, as philofisaur does have a score lead. Orloo off of the papaya tree. There's the castle age, and there's the nasty tower. Right on the back. Orloo's gonna send vills to fight this. Remember, Teutons would get free murder holes in the castle age, but not before. And does Orloo have enough vills? Nothing's garrisoned in the TC. The eagle is engaging. Orloo's losing vills. That's one vill down. Ooh, a couple of very low HP vills for Orloo. Same for philofisaur, though. And Orloo right now doesn't have any vills on wood. He's 0 on wood, so even just the presence of that tower helped him out, but he does have a good stockpile of 500. Back to 8 on wood now, sending more over to the lumber camp. Oop, another vill walling in the tower outside. Eco disaster. Oh, eco disaster. You're right, no one on food, all in on the Trush, not a single farm. That's the Teutons floating a ton of wood. They did lose a scout earlier. Now Orloo with Mangonel should be able to clean this up. Orloo pretty much no resources himself. Even with such a big lead. Okay, these range circles are starting to confuse me. We'll have philofisaur going to garrison that tower. Oh, Orloo's gonna get an attack ground. Doesn't kill anything with it. Another attack ground that doesn't kill anything. He's Teutons, he can put lots of vills in the tower. You might not want to fight Teuton's tower. Ooh, that Mangonel, that vill are very low. There comes some more repairs. Nothing in these towers now. Other than 2 towers shooting 1 Mangonel. Rams? You don't really want to go rams, and there are so many vills still about. So 1 Mangonel and repairing it is fine. You then need to think about, okay, do I do another TC? Do I do a monastery and just try to pick up relics? Do I just go imp? Do I do a castle? Yeah, lots of decisions. Yeah, and here he's just going double Mangonel. And even Teuton's towers in the feudal age, double Mangonel will deal with that. So that'll clean up most of the towers in the back of his base. 29 to 29 vills. We have 5 minutes of idle time, so if this were Phil or philofisaur, I've been calling him philofisaur. Maybe it's Phil of Eyesore. I'll call him philofisaur. If he just had 6 farms right here, and they're those cheap Teuton farms, he'd probably be ahead in res collected. And Teuton towers, they have 10 garrison space, but only 8 vills, I think, actually make them shoot arrows. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Here it's 7, I think it's +7. So I think it's capped at 8. Because usually it's 4 and the Teuton bonus is +4. So yeah, it is capped at 8 arrows, and I think 8 Vils suffice for that. Ooh, Vils need to hop inside. They do just in time. Ooh, they might YOLO down the mangonels. Where are the attack grounds from Ornlu? There we go, 2 attack grounds. The micro from Ornlu. And he'll take down the tower. Philofisaur is up to the castle age. It's clearly a dinosaur. Jaguar getting involved on a Vil. And his horse collar comes in for Ornlu. Finally getting horse collar, but that's okay, that's okay. Using that Aztec farming eco with the extra carry capacity Vils. And now there's a pretty darn big score difference in favor of Ornlu. There's Castle Age. And I don't think it'll be in time, though. And with 0 on wood, food, and gold, 15 on stone, Philofisaur is hoping that a castle drop is going to bail him out. Oh, there's a Jaguar in the middle. Yep, he has a very balanced economy between wood, food, and gold. But he's floating a bit of stone. Oh, taking foxes, too. I wonder if Ornlu in the fog can see the foxes. I think he can. Well, if he wants the castle drop, Ornlu's rebuilding the gate, so it will be outside of the base. And Ornlu forward with the mangonels. Philofisaur is saying, I don't need a base. I just need a forward castle. And who am I to argue with that logic? Foxes do not need any drop-off. No. You just take the gold from them, and it magically appears in your stockpile. I guess you're grabbing the pelts. Saying, go away! Ornlu's gonna break through. Ornlu's grabbing relics. And there's the castle. Ornlu with the monk would have spotted it, but there's the castle. Not Imp, though. Not Imp where he could do trebs and take out castles. I mean, take out town centers. He gets his own castle up. Ornlu now is through. There are no Vils to garrison the TC. No Vils repairing. This might be an easy TC snipe from Ornlu. See if Philofisaur fights? Or repairs or runs? I'll go Willaloo. I think at this point the eagle goes... Not Willaloo. Whatever sound an eagle makes goes attack mode. There it goes. So, conversion on a Vil as the monk goes down. Mangonels try and fail at an attack ground, but the eagle here is going to beast and feast on the Vils. As the Mangonels try to go to a spot where they can get good attack grounds, get away from the Vils. Oh, Vil of Ornlu chasing the Mangonel to repair it. You can repair from quite far away with your own Vils. Oh, that somehow doesn't kill his own Vils. That was a close attack ground. Oh, can the Vils destroy or repair the Mangonel? Get it to a safe distance so he can Mangonel everything? Oh, Ornlu's struggling a bit to micro the Mangonel, losing a Vil. We'll just shoot the mill. Those Vils are very low on HP. Ornlu's Vil might be able to kill them. It'll be a close fight, though. Ornlu is slightly more total HP. Ornlu, okay. 2 HP left on his own villager. Calculated. Doesn't need HP there. As long as it's 1, he's good. And now that Vil could try to wall that up, maybe. Or forward with the siege, trying to chase. Outpost there from Gray. Buying stone. Is he gonna go for yet another castle drop right on Ornlu's face? I mean, why not? Why not? Ornlu doing a forward monastery. Wants to grab more relics, I guess. Get more monks. Who needs an eco? Not Gray. 13 vills, and they're all gonna YOLO a castle drop right here. Buying stone. The stone right there. He needs to get the castle. He has 0 on stone. Oh, that's a gold mine. That's why he's buying stone. He's taking from the gold mine. Oh, one more round of buying, and there's another castle on Ornlu's face. As Ornlu wants to go imp. 3 TCs, he's been booming for a while. He wants to go imp. He's up 63 to 13 vills. And I know there's stone right there. But now we're ready. We are ready for one more castle drop. If only this were Ornlu's imp TC. But Ornlu is smart. He puts imp in the back TC. Ornlu will counter castle. Oh, that is the pararomantic castles right there. Those castles are doing more than just kissing each other. They are full side adjacent. And this castle attacking the wall needs to be attacking vills. And Ornlu's castle up first. It's going to start sniping the castle builders. 84%. And philofisaur will call the GG. So Ornlu does win his set 2-0. As expected, can castles hit each other without murder holes? No, they cannot. Those castles would need murder holes to hit each other. However, since philofisaur is the Teutons, he gets free murder holes as one of his civ bonuses. So this is a situation Ornlu would have to go to the university to research murder holes to attack the castle, but the Teuton castle, along with herbal medicine, but murder holes would have been free there. Teuton castles kill darn near everything. Cobra cars especially. That's the counter. Oof. Guys, Elu. I mean, unfortunately, we didn't get to see any Teutonic Knights. Unfortunately. But still gave Ornlu I mean, considering the Elo difference, a pretty decent set. Gave us a fun castle drop for game number 1. So let me just see what else is going on for the USA Cup right now. I don't know who Escalas and Norda are. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Oh wait, no, never mind. That was a previous alert. I still had Circadian alert up. I saw my YouTube stream and I thought, oh, it's paused. I got another sub. Debated myself. Let's see what's going on now. Did Masty play his set? Was supposed to have started 52 minutes ago, but I don't see it anywhere. We do have Kalpit drafting maps now, so we can go to Kalpit versus the Wyandotte. Get that added to my titles. They are drafting. Just drafting the maps. I'll wait until I get the civs up to... show the mats. Show the both drafts. Good night, Sir Craning. Good night. If we're in the win now, you can go to sleep. Do I ever play in events? Sometimes. I haven't really played much AV2 recently, though. Oh, an Ornlu raiding. Thank you, Ornlu, for the raid. Congrats on the win. I was worried for you a moment in game 1 when that castle came on your face, and you sent all the vills and they didn't fight anything. I was worried for a bit. We have another set right now, Kalpit versus the Wyandotte. Or Wyandotte. Wyandotte. Ornlu Micro always wins the day. You and your lucky Micro. I gotta flip the scoreboard around, actually. The Wyandotte is on the left. I think maybe... I would have thought Kalpit were the highest seed here. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Gotta look up the players now. All I know is they have USA flags. I don't think they have teams. Enjoy the other sets. Thank you, Ornlu. Appreciate the raid. Is good to find. Some random 8v2 to cast. Okay, there is the Civ draft. There we go. Draft and Civ style. So Migration will be the first map. So we're seeing some of the new maps, Voyagers and South Dakota Badlands. I have no idea what civs to pick for them, other than, I guess you get the good migration civs for migration. Dravidians, Malay, Byzantines, Italians, Vikings, Koreans, maybe. Oh, lots of good options for migration. South Dakota Badlands, I have no idea what civ you want there. You can play it like Arabia. Evacuation, that's a hybrid map too. Voyagers is a bit more closed, and Graveyards is kind of like Arabia. Let me run to the bathroom while they're doing their drafting, and I'll be right back for this next set. Alright, so thank you again, Ornlu, for that raid. And hopefully we're just about to get started here. See their game popping up on the dashboard yet, but that doesn't always mean anything. Sometimes the dashboard doesn't find everything. Hopefully we'll get this match going in a moment. I don't think this will be yellow versus gray, unfortunately. As much as I loved that color choice. Yellow versus gray. How did we even end up there, yellow versus gray? What do you think the civs will be on migration? I'm guessing probably Vikings against Dravidians. It feels very migration-esque, Vikings against Dravidians. There's also a DM Nations Cup going on. Canada versus Great Britain. I know some USA teams have been playing there. I gotta try to keep an eye on that. USA B, C, and A. And the USA has 3 teams there. Improvise versus Tantron's coming up too. Jafar is playing tomorrow. Lots of USA games to cast. I'll have to see what version of migration they've used. There are quite a few different versions out there. Still just waiting for them to get a lobby going. Hope I see a lobby, lovely. Hosted by the Wyandotte, who is 1487. I don't know what Kalpit's elo is right now. Okay, 1791 to 1487. This won't be a huge mismatch. Still a pretty big elo difference, but the closest we've seen so far, at least. Alright, so this does feel like it should be Vikings Dravidians on migration. As far as migration goes. So, alright, ooh, purple versus green. Chat, can we see those colors? Purple versus green? Is that going to cause issues for anyone? Part of me thinks it will. But they also pick purple versus green. The Wyandotte also has that Xbox symbol next to their name. Don't think they're a controller player, but they might own it through the Microsoft Store. I don't know why that's information anyone ever needs, but it's displayed to us. So, yeah, green versus purple. Migration. I have the civs. Actually, I failed to download match content. And it is indeed Dravidians versus Vikings, which is no longer available. What? Ah, DE, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, sometimes DE... why do I have to click 3 times to join the game? Ah. It's okay, it's okay. We're launching. We're launching. We'll be ready for migration. Would love if we only had to click once and then it loaded, though. So each player picking one of the new maps. And now chat is when you can tell me, can we see these colors? Does green versus purple work? And we'll have the Wyandotte as the blue Vikings to the south. And Kalpit as the green Dravidians to the north. And did I say blue? I meant purple. Purple Vikings to the south. And Kalpit as the green Dravidians to the north. So I'm going to hazard a guess that these colors are going to be hard to see. But if no one says anything, I'll just leave them how they are. I have a few different clumps of trees here in the middle. There are no hills at all in this version of migration. A couple little pools of water that spawned in the middle. Okay, this is... I don't even know what version of migration this is or who made it. There are no herdables in the middle. Also no wolves in the middle. Flowers, that's a recent change. It's a secret. Let's see, 4 wood lines, 2 golds, and a stone. Some beautiful portion. The golds are not at right angles from the TC. They do have that kind of gap in their placement. There's some berries. The wood does run right up against the wood line, but you can still dock there. Kalpit, unfortunately, with an awkward house. Blocking it would have been a great lumber camp spot. Still can do a mining camp back there on the gold if he wants to. The Wyandotte here. Pretty easy mining camp by that gold. So what is the meta on this version of migration then in the water patch? Because when you can garrison the fishing ships, I feel that feudal age aggression is pretty much out. Both the long-distance galleys from your own docks and also the fast landing forward dock. Because that does leave your own... although maybe the fast landing forward dock could work because your own fish... I was going to say they're vulnerable, but since they can garrison themselves, maybe they're not. Kalpit needs to go grab that sheep. He's been pushing deer. This map looks very symmetrical in terms of the island and the sailing distance you'd have around each side. I wonder if FC forward dock for fire ships could be a thing. So again, this is the opening round, but Kalpit just a tiny bit under 1800, and Wyandotte just under 1500. This is about a 300 elo difference, 304 to be precise. With Kalpit in the lead, but it's also the closest we've gotten so far This is the third set I've cast in terms of the player elos. Yeah, I mean, you definitely can do stuff like that on migration, but every time I've seen it, it's been before the current balance changes to the water, before the garrisoning of fish. And now it is much more difficult to be aggressive on water since the fishing ships simply hide inside the docks. And on a map where you usually have 2 or 3 docks anyway, you have lots of space to put the fishing ships. I think it's worth the payoff. Yeah, I've never really liked the go middle forward dock fire strat. I always feel like you're 2 docks versus 3 and you have 1 dock at home and you never get the numbers where you need them. But yeah, I think just fish booming yourself is probably the meta these days. And Vikings can always go longboats, but they need to be in the castle age for that. I wonder if Kalpit ever decides to go Therissidae. Yeah, I think it is too easy to defend. That's what I'm thinking. How do Therissidae do against longboats? Do the Therissidae win? Maybe against the elite longboats they still should win? But Therissidae should be a powerful ship. And some Vills standing idle under the TC for a tiny bit. Not quite what you want. And 24 pop-up. Don't know how familiar the Wyandotte is with migration. It is in the map pool from time to time, but I'm pretty sure most players ban it. And Masty liked it. But 3 docks from Kalpit, or actually no, 2 docks. I thought the scout on the minimap was a dock for a second. 2 docks. And a nice fish boom. And this does not seem like fast feudal at all. It seems like fast castle, with the placement of houses being against the edge of the map, flush to the edge, in order to secure more area of land in the middle for farms. Farms and other buildings, as this island is not too big. It's a bunch of hills getting onto the transport there. And Feudal Age will be in first for the Wyandotte, as he sends Vills over to the middle. We're getting Vills on the middle. Okay, let's be a lumber camp. Vikings, so he's not going to get any free wood. Oh, development. Hello, development. Casted you the other day. So just a lumber camp in the middle. And a Hulk. So it's actually purple doing the thing we said probably wouldn't work for green, going aggressive across the entire map. Good afternoon. It's 5:14 p.m. Is that still afternoon? Maybe it's summertime it is. Everyone's spamming the USA chants. Now Hulk getting around. It is not before noon, that's true, it is afternoon. I would say it's early evening, though. And hello, honey badger. And so we'll see if that Hulk gets in on the fish. Or if it even could do damage in time, as they have an easy garrison. Transport to the middle now. Here comes Kalpit. He's going to open with a stable. Opening with a stable. Not even thinking about it. Not even scouting and reacting. Just opening with a stable. Another dock in the middle from the Wyandotte. The scout will find it. And just run past. Finds a dock from the Wyandotte. Does the pup dock changes take effect? Maybe. I feel like the pup dock changes don't go far enough in nerfing the fish garrison. Although I think the fishing garrison shooting arrows just shouldn't be a mechanic. I think it ruins the aggression that could be there from on water and that was there in the past. So a couple of galleys now for Kalpit, thinking let's go galley to defend against Dromans. I mean, not the Dromans, the Hulks. the other new ship that's been added over the years. And fishing ships not garrisoning from Kalpit. The galley about to pop out. Oop, I accidentally hit my change scene button on my mouse. Galley should pop out. Jurors were the only civ that garrison. Jurors, remember when everyone hated them on Rage Forest because you'd accidentally garrison when trying to place your fish traps? Well, now that happens for everyone. That's why I legit disabled dock garrisoning on Rage Forest, because no one liked it. Made it too hard to raid the fish, and it also meant you couldn't place your fish traps properly. You just garrison in the dock. Because whenever you would hold Alt to avoid placing on a building, Alt right-click is the hotkey for garrisoning. It's hard bound to be garrisoned. Jurors should be deleted from the game. Oh, I would think a lot of things could be deleted. Deleted like Sebastian getting rid of his docks. Push them back to another civ. So here are the fires. You need hulks to fight fires. They will destroy those galleys. There's Kalpit up. But he's losing the fish. All those fish going down. The Wyandotte with a good score lead. Here I was questioning the aggressive feudal age approach, but so far it's done quite a bit of damage. But Kalpit's still ahead in res collected, though. And he just needs to pump out more hulks, maybe get medium warships to clean this up, then go a longboat. Yeah, so it's only 6 fishing ships. Both players. Fires chasing back the Hulk even under the dock fire. Fires are quite tanky. Fire Galley still kind of seems to be the best feudal ship from what I've seen. I know some players like to go Galley plus Hulk, but I just find Fire Galley so effective, and Galley plus Fire I think is probably better. Or Hulk plus Fire. What's going on in the mid? That's right, Elephant Archers. I was looking at the docks, I forgot there's a middle on the map. Elephants from Kalpit. As Castle Age on for Wyandotte. Or Wyandotte. You'll have to garrison that tower. And probably shoot the Elephant Archer or something that's squishier. And the Elephant going for the tower. As, ooh, the Archer Elephant will pick off the Repairville on the dock. Archer able to start harassing fishing ships. Fire Galley on the way. Bills pop out of the tower to try to attack the armored elephant, but the tower goes down. And another elephant with an archer atop of it will come from behind. And force the Wyandotte back onto the transport ship. We'll do a reverse migration. Oh no, but it'll lose the transport. No, 3 vills down. Oh no, wanted to destroy the fire. Couldn't get out in time. So close. The elephant archer and archer could have shot at it too. Oh, there's the garrison in the dock shooting the land units. Oh no. Yeah, I was saying I thought he'd be in a decent spot with the res collected lead, but nope, that's gonna change. That'll change drastically. So TC there from Kalpit. On the water, he has secured everything. And still is forward himself. So the Wyandotte has a score lead, but I feel like Kalpit's super far ahead. Unless Vikings are just that OP, the score's telling me something I don't know. I mean, free wheelbarrow and handcart. Compared to no eco upgrades at all, just getting double bit axe. Double bit axe has been in for Wyandotte. A lot of fires trying to clean the dock. Or fires from Wyandotte trying to clean Kalpit's forward dock. Kalpit's defensive ships will go down. We'll try to defend with an archer, an elephant archer. And hulks and fires force the elephant back, but now here come the longboats. Here come the ship that you can't really deal with on the water from what I've seen, the longboat. Longboats are so strong. That's the conclusion I've gotten to. That longboats are just amazing. I don't know how they do against Thericidies though. As the elephant goes down, the longboats are going to rule the high seas. Oh, but more vills on the docks going down to the hulks, those one-range hulks. grappling those vills to their deaths. With the grapple. Oh, does the bottom change color if I... Oh, that's cute. This bit of the anchor changes color if I change the player color. Need more turtle appreciation? That's true. We do need more turtle ships. I've seen situations where they're very good and others where they are very useless. I don't actually know if the turtle ships are OP right now, or if they're very weak. I wouldn't be surprised to see anything in a wide range of different possibilities. In the middle, Wyandotte is not there. And, well, big empty swaths of land to be taken still for our migrating players, but not many vills in the middle. They are preferring to stay at home for the most part. Preferring to stay at home, as the dock will come up for Kalpit. War galley in the dock, and those docks are prepared. 5 docks now. 6 docks. This is what I think you really want to do. As you take all the fish at home, start moving your docks down along the coastline as you get map control. Get to those juicy corners. See, 27 versus 54. Okay. So at least it's not the most lopsided matchup. Like, you can still tell Wyandotte's got a lot of good things going for him, and now has potentially a civ lead, at least for the near future, with the longboats. So this is maybe territory we could start thinking of seeing upsets. The longboats will take down that dock. It'll be a slow process, but one that does happen. So a couple of TCs now in the middle. Kalpit up to 3 TCs, adding another to the middle. Gill nets for the Wyandotte, who, like Kalpit, has to make sure he's extending the docks around. He needs to get a transport to go back to the mid list. Looks like they each have a transport now. That's a lot of longboats now, and maybe something Kalpit isn't prepared to deal with. Longboats could legit take out 2 docks. Oh, whales on this version. I'm not sure what to think of whales, because it's nice to have them as an option. But then again, I feel that getting gold from the whales means that your gold never is denied during a landing. And that in itself feels like it's kind of overpowered on hybrid maps. Or even more watery maps. Here is Bowsaw for the Wyandotte. Purple angling for Imp. Resources are almost there. Neutral docks so you never run out of res. Well, the docks of Kalpit are getting mostly cleaned up. It's going to be docking the mainland more. Like for construction and Bowsaw. We get careening for Kalpit. And Bowsaw, stone mining also for the Wyandotte. But it was wasting a lot of res. And those upgrades maybe if he's not going to fight. That being said, the Wyandotte is also making a ton of longboats, and perhaps more than he actually needs to take water, unless he's able to force Kalpit to invest in water again. And maybe this is the fight that Wyandotte wants. Take out some of those pesky war galleys before they can get upgraded. I have no experience with who Purple is. This is the first time I've ever seen Purple play. But I gotta say, against Kalpit, with this elo difference, I'm pretty darn impressed so far. 12k score lead. I think maybe taking some pressure on the middle. But 2 workshops here with a workshop of his own to defend now. While mostly winning the water, ballistics on the way. His stock should go down pretty soon with the fires there. He's a mixed map player, okay. Mixed map player. So we'll have to deal with the scorpions now. Don't know if he's ever played against Wong at this elo. Now it becomes tricky is you gotta make sure you're sniping the monks at the right pace with your siege, and also those monks do not have redemption, so whenever you get your own siege out, you can snipe them. 12k? I meant 1200, not 12k, 1200. This has been a long day for me after I didn't sleep much last night, so I'm definitely gonna get some misspeaks of words. But I wanted to cast USA Cup because we just did see Ornlu play. So there's that mangonel picked off by the elephant. Crossbow for the Wyandotte. And we'll see if this mangonel can save the TC. What will the micro be like? For both of them, he's running straight to a mangonel shot. Ooh, that was not good. And now the mangonel's in danger of the castle. A bunch of vills are clumping up. We're gonna chase the mangonels. That puts them in the position for the scorpion to come over or for an attack round. Oh, Kalpit mangonels his own mangonel. Doesn't get the vills. Okay, it does get the vills, but 2 mangonels down. The castle goes up. That'll probably be a TC down, but the castle will go up. I think that's worth it for purple. Yeah, elephant. Let's go, elephant. For the Dravidians, the Dravidian battle elephant. You never see these. They don't have upgrades at all. They miss the final armor. They miss bloodlines. So, purple imp? Purple imp? Can he deal with the elephants, though? Because right now it does feel like Kalpit still has the water control. You berserks, how do Vikings deal with elephants? There's a castle. I think the berserks need to go for the monk there. He hasn't clicked yet. He has the buildings, he just needs to click it. Oh, there's a conversion on a berserk. The monk does go down. Just to put it in the right TC, too. So this one, there he goes. It's behind villagers. He has clicked it. It's behind villagers. But he gets up. That's the thing. Don't use select all TC. Don't put your imp behind vills. Imp is important. The defensive mangonel needs to clear the mangonel, and it does. Gets the scorpion too and stays alive. It is huge for purple, as now he can get up and have the advantage in the Treb War. The longboat's able to hold, then you start thinking also about cannon galleons on the water, taking out castles. Maybe just a bit of too much focus on too many different aspects of the game, as we didn't have imp at the timing it could have been in for the Wyandotte. Those elephants getting shredded by the longboat arrows, they go down. Lots of arrows from the longboats. Doc has to be careful under the castle, as do the longboats. The Wyandotte might just want to jump them. Yeah, the university upgrades. They are coming in for the ships. Same for Kalpit, other than the fishing one. Another castle for Kalpit, but that could just be another target. Purple has this one? I think purple's got a good shot at it. I think you treb this castle first, and then you have more confidence about cannon galleons for this castle. It's the full send land army. Ooh, okay, maybe you don't castle that castle if it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, you don't got a castle. You don't got to treb it. The water is a bait at this point. There's medium warships. That won't matter if you're going mostly longboats, though. That is a bait. So Kalpit Imp. These castles ready to treb. Do they say Wyandotte when selected? What civ? That doesn't spring to mind. But then I haven't gotten all the recent DLC civs. I don't know which ones have new voice lines. A lot of them I think are just repeats of existing ones. So the trebs are popping. And now it's moments like this. I'll remember the wise words of Zero Empires from many years ago. Once the trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. And that's going to be the goal for Kalpit. Wipe out trebs and win the treb fight against the castles. Vikings with fires is wrong. Does feel wrong. So on the water, though, longboat plus fire. Well, I guess fires are the ship for cleaning docks if you're not investing into cannon galleon. Or elite cannon galleon. As this castle will go down to the Wyandotte. Is some rails come to repair? That won't be enough. This castle, the next volley from these trebs probably goes. And down it goes. Yeah, no land army, just trebs. Maybe didn't think he'd need land army. Thought maybe the Wyandotte was getting back on water. Didn't realize how cheap the archers were. Where even is that fight? There it is. Treb just manages to get away, but there's Arbalest, the two-man saw with Bracer finished, and also chemistry available. And purple is shaking right now. Those upgrades will help the ships too. Score lead for purple keeps growing and growing. Just has to be careful to take good fights against the castles, get the trebs in a position. Get the trebs spread out a bit so it's easier to deal with one bombard cannon. Needs to repair the treb. Needs to repair the treb. Needs to repair the treb and threaten the cannon with the arbs. Ooh, but the treb goes down. Alright, this is now all about armor control and micro in the middle for Wyandotte. He knows what he needs to do with the pumping out trebs. Oh, what is this? A castle, a transport and a castle drop on Kalpit's Island. A castle drop on Kalpit's Island. Kalpit's reacting with a defensive castle, but that'll take his gold out. That'll take a lot of the farms away. Oh my gosh. Look, the castle drop in here on the island. Okay, not repairing the trebs though. Not repairing the trebs is devastating for Wyandotte. He was focusing all on that castle drop. He has the water now, but might be losing the middle. The cannon are just destroying trebs. This is okay, yeah, this is maybe the elo difference here. And Wyandotte not getting the treb war right. But maybe you just get a treb war here, do one cannon galleon from the dock, and you win this easily. And you clear everything here. You get the longboats, so the workshop can't really help with cannon. Hoardings and masonry on the way. Enough arbs that the elephants aren't going to instantly push. I don't think the Vikings have their unique tech. No. You need the skirmishers, which are OP. That's true. Elite skirm might even be the play here, right? But as long as the arbs dodge cannon shots, they can dance with the elephants. The elephant numbers are dropping. And the arbs actually hit a cannon. Okay, the arbs get one cannon. Pick off more elephants. And meanwhile, trebs. The trebs are popping here for Wyandotte. The trebs are here. The trebs are here. As a treb fight, there will be more repair vills for Kalpit. Does Kalpit have anyone on stone? And no, neither player does right now. We do have 3 cannon galleons on the water. We do. They're down here cleaning castles. So all the castles for both players are going to go down. But, yeah, imagine these were skirms instead of arbs against the elephants. This is Wyandotte having the issue of spending the res when you're at this elo. Oh, this is so close for him. There's just a few, you can see there's a few minor things that are just execution mistakes. I think we just need to get elite skirm. As the castle goes down, so does a Treb, but the Treb hits a mangonel, and the Wyandotte is getting pushed off of the mainland, so he's just going to respond by doing another TC to the other side. If this castle goes down, then all that Wyandotte needs are a couple of berserks. Needs to keep preparing, I'm right-clicking the castle for him. There he goes. Was that too late? It's 2 Trebs. Ooh, there's no more stone for Kalpit. Kalpit's castle crumbles. Will this castle be able to make berserks? No, it won't. Both castles go down. There's a bombard cannon here. And now some archery ranges for Kalpit at home. There's still a Treb. But nothing really to defend it. More TCs for the Wyandotte, taking the mainland. 107 to 80 Vils. How does he deal with elephant archers, though? Trying to amass arbalests still. He needs to get to the skirms. And will this game go on to 2 hours? Will Wyandotte hide cannon galleons in the corner? It's certainly something that can happen on migration. As right now, Kalpit reduced to a very small and isolated segment of the north. Up there might go down. That cannon has been crucial. And some things over here going down. Dock houses. Vils will get back on the transport and flee. Where will they flee? Because Wyandotte has... Oh, don't lose the transport. Don't lose the transport. But enough stone for another castle. Ooh, another castle. And there's... Oh, those elephant archers haven't even had bracer for a while, and they cleaned so much. Wyandotte is still ahead in score. And Kalpit somehow has not seen all the TCs over here. They killed the transport? Oh, they must have. We still have a transport all the way down there. Okay, a couple of Trebs now for Kalpit. Trebs going for the TC. We'll have another lumber camp on the back. Okay. This is clutch if they can destroy the TC. There's a lot of Vils inside. Those Vils need to run. Just do a lumber camp, but actually run. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of dead Vils. A lot of dead Vils, but at the same time, though, we have raids on the other side. Some dead Vils for Kalpit. Raids from the other side is some Arbs push. And there is Bogsviar. Extra attack for the Arbs, leather archer armor for them. I don't want to lose them to the TC, but they should take better fights against the elephants now. Still looking for skirm from either player. I mean, Kalpit does have Dravidian skirms. Hello, Masty. And here come the ranges, and I think this will just be skirms for Kalpit. So Kalpit has 4 TCs in the middle, nothing at home but a few Trebs. However, 5 berserks were transported over here. Everything would be destroyed. The Trebs, can they hit longboats? Yes, if they do hit, they one-shot them. Hello, Baron. How are you doing, Baron? Hope you had a good stream earlier. This game is crazy. So Kalpit now has the middle. He's closed the score. He's closed the score by a bit. That's a lot of Arbs. Can they take isolated fights against the elephant archers, who are just now getting the final armor? And if the elephants don't have that final armor, they are vulnerable to the Arbs. Arbs are pushing the elephants back. You guys, ring archer armor, town watch. And trying to get the Arbs out of the way. They're winning the fights against the elephants. The elephants are still a few seconds away from their armor. Ooh, but the siege is killing the Arbs. The Arbs also, though, killing all the elephants. That was maybe with a bit more micro. You dodged the siege. But the elephants are all dying too anyway. How is there ever going to be something taking out the cannon? Alright, remember, they don't get thumb ring, though. They don't get thumb ring. That went our base, thank you very much. For this big underdog game
worms? Here. Look upon it and despair.
our base sub for 12 months. Oh, this Wyandotte has done so much well this game, but I think the imp execution is a bit tricky. Not having the skirms, not picking off the cannon with the arbs that are right next to it. Pikemen in that barracks. Squires, arson, and lots of pikemen. Pikemen for trying to deal with the elephants. And if they get pokes, they get pokes. Now that almost worked. 9 HP left. Forward tower for Kalpit as he keeps amassing more trebs, more bombard cannon. He's trying to hold on to the middle so desperately. Celebrating a Mets win. We don't get many of those these days. Good arson. Okay, the treb's going for the range, not the barracks. Ooh, and it feels like things are kind of falling apart for the Wyandotte. Trying to do another castle in the back. And getting a nice raid in the east with the arbs that Kalpit has not noticed. Kalpit just threw down a foundation and somehow didn't notice his vills dying. Kalpit now has a good vill lead, but maybe that changes if all these vills keep dying. He still has gold access, a few berserks. If he would just transport the berserks over here, he'd do so much damage. So purple's on the left, purple's on the right, but green's in the middle. Oh, the castle even fends off the fearsome elephant archer. Alright, so if we have an ad in 3 minutes, I won't be able to snooze it anymore. I used all of them on this game. All the ad snoozes. So we have a few barracks now for pikemen. Yeah, but I mean, skirms are the problem. Will pikemen help? The Viking ones have extra hit points. The military council larger, they're both losing vills like crazy. Some cannon galleons are over to deal with the towers. Yeah, exactly. If you bring the cannon galleons around, he's dealing with the towers. The cannon galleons taking some skirms, taking some vills. That's now 62 vills, though. At home, deleted TC with the mill in the middle for the farms. More arbs, more pikes. Where's the relic? Oh yeah, Kalpit has 5 relics, too. Are they in the middle? Oh, they're right in that monastery. Ooh, imagine 2 trebs pop out and destroy that monastery. Maybe a cannon galleon hits it, too. They need to hit the trebs. Yeah, but this is no wood now. You're right. No wood, no one on wood? I guess there's wood over here he could take. This is kind of the Wyandotte side of the island. Yeah, right now purple is 0 TC gaming. You're right. After this TC was deleted, everything here got cleaned up. And he's 0 TC gaming against 4 TC gaming. And look at that Vill swing, 54 to 83. The scores are getting closer, and I think Kalpit might just be able to hold on. Both have wood banks, but Kalpit has 27 on wood. He's able to spend more on wood. Trebs are running out of stuff to trib. Oh, the scores are so close. Wyandotte still has the lead, but that's probably inflated from water. Nope, no time limit, no time limit. This is good old Age of Empires. No time limit needed. So, I mean, we could be here for hours. What time is it for everyone else? It's 5:45 for me. We might be here for a while. Reality has been warped. So now we have a castle here. We have some wood access. Just kind of swapped sides in the middle. But there need to be skirms here. Ooh, that treb goes down. You need to keep the trebs protected. The score flip's gonna happen soon. I can feel it with the cannon shots. At the same time, though, Wyandotte is putting up one heck of a fight. Yeah, I think you gotta spam berserks. You don't have much gold, though. Over here, you have your Wyandotte. You don't have much gold. The fact that they've swapped sides on the island from the scoreboard has now confused the heck out of me. Number cannon is the issue. 3 of them. 14 berserks. And cannon attacking the castle. Pink TCs, let's go. No more 0 TC gaming. The Wyandotte has decided 53 vills are not enough. Time to add in a few more. We'll need more vills to repair this castle. And it's all up to the berserks now. All up to the berserks. What's gonna happen with the berserks? Here they come cleaning the cannon. It's 1 cannon down. These castles are all the berserk production. Another down. The berserks have their armor. They have their attack upgrade. And you can always hop over to YouTube if you don't want to deal with the ads. And the cannon goes down. It's quite a few losses. I'm still waiting for a skirm. Berserk skirm could be a different composition. Also have to look at the golds right now. Right now I don't think Kalpit really is on gold. Yeah, he has 1 over here inundated with all of his vills. That's going to run out soon. And it's just the relics, but 5 relics now for 4,000 gold is crazy. The Wyandotte is somehow, some way holding on. Some way holding on. I mean, has all the upgrades for skirms, just needs skirm itself. Even did... I mean, what have to do... Yeah, I just would have to do... Actually, I think that's everything. Probably doesn't even need upgrades. I saw the dot and was thinking that meant elite skirm, but no, I think that means he has elite skirm already. And just, that's for the possibility of imp skirm? I don't know. Either way, there'd still only be 1 upgrade for elite skirm. I think that'd be really nice here. We have 9 berserks in the queue. But it's an army of hand cannoneers, and he needs something, anything to deal with the hand cannoneers. It's not berserks. That's not berserks. Oh, what are these docks down here? They're starting to be garrisoned with Thoricidae. Thoricidae. That was cancelled. Kalpit's like, this ship's made up. I'm not going to put it in my dock. There's another TC. We got 63 vills now to 107. Res Collector is still insanely high for purple. He doesn't want to lose castles and lose berserk production, though. No, this is what he's going to do. He's going to use the longboats to deal with the hand cannoneers while moving the berserks over. There's a cannon galleon here, maybe to deal with docks and towers. And the berserks can get a few vill kills here. Ooh, this is still a good score lead for Wyandotte. Is the unique tech in? Wait, is the unique tech in? Is a berserk... Oh no, Chieftains is not going to get gold by raiding the vills. Oh, if only Chieftains were in, this would be a source of villagers. I mean, a source of gold by killing villagers. We're still waiting for the best unit in the game, though. The resources are there for the Wyandotte. He's got to spend them again. Krebs forward, 1 castle down, down to 1 castle berserks. There's murder holes even for Kalpit, because the berserks are going to clear a tower. I need to do more towers. Docks on the side too, as the cannon galleons there. Kalpit trying to hold on. Kalpit does not have the ego that the Wyandotte has, but just has the army composition that the berserks can't engage. Now, that's a few vills down too. Wyandotte is gonna retake the vill lead, isn't he? Yeah, Kalpit needs to keep the vills queued. Another TC that's hit by berserks. Not many hand cannoneers over by those trebs right now. There'll be a few more vills going down. Vill count is collapsing now. Oh my gosh, what is this game? Chat, what is this game? Trebs are very exposed, but then there's nothing else out here. Way to hit them. Still waiting for the skirms. Oh, wait, yes! They're feudal skirms. Elite skirm is clicked. They're queued. We'll need a few more ranges at some point, but we have the skirms. Skirms! He's done it. He's clicked the unit. They have their upgrades. They just need elite. There is elite skirm. He can start taking fights with skirms. Meanwhile, the berserks, where are they? There's 11 of them. They're gonna raid this TC. Hand cannoneers are there. The TC's garrisoned. The berserks can't take that fight. They have to get back to the castle. They have to heal. More skirms on the way from here. He can do it. He can do it. He needs to maybe get one treb. Maybe use the cannon galleons. We clutch to snipe the monastery, too. Finally, we have a trash unit for the trash game. Handcart hasn't been in for Kalpit. The score is now getting a bit safer for purple. Just a bit safer. Never been so excited about skirms. You can't get the trebs with skirms, though. You can get the hand cannoneers. And that's what we want to see from the skirms. Maybe open up more raids for the berserks. Lons. Hello, Lons. Bands Tanakh. Skirm theory will prevail. We're sure of it. We're sure of it. He just needs enough skirms. He needs to amass like 20 skirms. 18 hand cannoneers, 9 skirms. He can do this. He can do this. What does he have down here? 12. Might need more ranges. He's floating some res, adding in more skirms. This castle has to stand if he ever wants berserk production, if he ever wants treb production. But the skirms are coming in, the pikemen are coming in, gonna be a full trash army here. The skirms might do the job. Purple's out of gold. Kalpit's out of gold too. There's 1 gold here he could take. Let's see, purple could come take this gold too. That should be denied by purple with the water control. Trebs would have to be careful about taking the castle in case they get too close to the cannon galleons. That's, what, 10 skirms there, another 13 skirms here. The skirms are finally taking a good fight. The pikemen are going to start raiding. Purple has a Vil lead again. The skirms are kind of dying, but that's okay. Now he just needs more of them. Kalpit has the better KD. And skirms fighting trebs. Where are the berserks? 10 berserks. Oh, the berserks! They came to the mainland. They came to the island of Kalpit. They came to Kalpit's island. They transported. They killed all of Kalpit's Vils over here. That's why he has the Vil lead. He transported. He raided the eco. And now the pikemen are raiding the Vils in the middle. The cannon galleon's getting in on the fun against the Vils. This castle's in trouble. All the military production buildings here have been destroyed. The trebs are going for the TC. The cannon is down, though. Cannon's down. More TCs in the middle from Kalpit. There's no C. Yeah, a horse collar. Let's go. It's a bit late for that. Better late than never, though. Look at that score lead again. Look at the score lead. It's just Fury needs to keep the castle alive. Oh, he's going to transport Vils over here. He can steal farms. Where are the Vils go? Oh, the Vils could go to the gold. Playing like his game number 9. Well, there are some workshops. Skirms attacking the workshop as they're meant to. And Man-at-Arms and Gambesons. Gonna go champion line against the hand cannoneers. There will always be hand cannoneers though from Kalpit because of the relics. What would be amazing is if he just got 3 or 4 trebs and destroyed the monastery. Well, that TC is down. These Vils have nowhere to go. Maybe they need to run to the other side of the island. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 TCs now in the middle from Kalpit. His base is clean. The berserks will clear those buildings. Yeah, purple's wood bank, purple's food bank, long swordsman. I mean, the hand cannoneer numbers are starting to thin a bit. There's only 8 left. If he gets a few more skirms and can kill a few more hand cannoneers, then go champions. Because all the gold now, Kalpit's going to want to spend that on siege. Maybe the champions can do it. Few bombard cannon there. 88 to 89 Vils. The Vil counts are still stabilizing somehow. The castle still stands. More berserks are in the castle. Prop rotation, 2-handed swordsman. Wyandotte is getting the upgrade. The Kalpit's closing the score again. Now, we're down to 1 TC again for Wyandotte. Down to 1 TC again. The Vil count has flipped again. Kalpit's ahead again. Crop rotation. And now you just need... It's so tricky from our point of view. We see if we could ever get a good mass of skirms. All that would make a couple more ranges, make more skirms. Well, maybe that's what we'll get on the other side of the island. Champion and crop rotation. Is that the right way to spend the gold? Vils need to repair the castle. There isn't much stone left. How many hand cannoneers left, though? Only 6 of them. 10 berserks could destroy the trebs. If those trebs go down, that's the last of the trebs. 1 scorpion, a lot of farms. And here come the Berserks. How will they do? Will the Trebs go down? Will the castles? Elite Berserk is clicked at the same time as Champion. The Berserks need to focus on the Trebs and not the Skirms. The Berserks need to focus on the Trebs. They're not focusing on the Trebs. They're going for the Skirms and the Hand Cannoneers. I know Skirms are the best unit. The Berserks, just as Elite Berserk comes in, they all die. There are 10 Berserks left. They're cleaning the island. They need to be transported over. That could have been 20 Elite Berserks if he just held slightly. Elite Berserk for no more castles, no more Trebs. Down to 62 vills again. The score is closing again for Kalpit. There is gold over here. Where are the barracks for the champions? Where are the barracks for the champions? Now that wood stockpile is dwindling now. It was 3k down to 800. We have Arbalest though. Arbalest. But Vikings don't have siege now without castles. Remember, they don't have bombard cannon. They'd have to go for siege ram. That feels expensive. But we might be reaching a problem, though. We might be reaching a problem, though, in that Purple has full water control and has cannon galleons? How would Kalpit ever actually win the game without getting back onto water? I guess 5 relics means eventually you can buy enough to get your way back there. But yeah, Wyandotte just spent a lot of resources on units and upgrades that he's not making. Oh, more skirms picking off vills. Oh, but wait, the hand cannoneer is running into the longboats. Those 5 relics are doing work for Kalpit now. Bombard cannon too. The building's going down, but right now we still have a foothold over here. We're getting capped ram. Okay, capped ram. Maybe we get a ram push now. Full of rams with some skirms and arbs backing them up. I mean, we're gonna have 40 plus military finally. I mean, the populations are still the same. It's gonna be 72 military to 29. I think Kalpit might die if we have a good ram push. The Berserks are going to transport over. The Vills are going to transport over here. There's a few trees there. There's farming space here. Perhaps most importantly, Wyandotte has to be very careful how he spends his wood now because he needs a mining camp on 350 gold. He needs wood. You can't run out of wood. That's important. Don't run out of wood. Does he have a market somewhere? Okay, the market's safe here. That's not going to be picked off. He can buy wood if he needs to. So he needs to make sure he doesn't get trapped without a lumber camp now, and he does. Okay, he does one. Don't fight without the entire army, though. Don't lose the Berserks. Where are the Berserks going? Where are they going? They need to fight something. Well, that was almost a horrible attack ground on the Berserks. But they're going for the Trebs. They're finally going for the Trebs. The Trebs are unprotected. One Treb is dead. Go for the next Treb. One Treb is down. Okay, there they go. They're on a mission. The Trebs are down. That means no more Trebs were reduced to bombard cannon for Kalpit. The cannon are scary, but cannon could die to skirms and arbs. Okay, what are the attack rounds going to look like here? Here's the ram push. The army is so much larger for the Vikings. He has wood. He can pump skirms. He has a few bills on gold still. Could make those champions he spent so much time upgrading. Can he destroy the cannon? The rams go down to the cannon. Bills will repair. And the cannon go down. This is so close. One cannon down. There's still 3 left. The TC goes down. There's no more rams. But the skirms are all being killed here. The cannon, there are 2 left, 1 left. The bills are going down. Only 1 cannon will escape. And the monastery is right there for the rams to destroy and take the relics away. All of the cannon are destroyed. Kalpit has a huge wood and food stockpile. So he can spam trash units forever. Then Wyandotte has a good food stockpile too. Oh, but here come the rams against the monastery. The rams on the monastery. The monastery is going to go down. I can't tell who is winning. I have no idea. We still have a score lead for Wyandotte. Good thing there's no score victory. Otherwise, we'd be hitting that. And the relics are ejected. Now, Wyandotte, can he make a monastery over here and then transport monks to grab the relics and put them somewhere safe? He still has 41 military to 15. The hand cannoneers are being cleaned. 2 more bombard cannon. And he's struggling on res. But the Rams are now destroying some towers, some TCs, some farms. Kalpit's reduced to 2 TCs in the middle of nowhere. He has no more wood income, but 5k wood stockpiled. And like everyone else, I have no idea who's winning. All I know is that we have res for Elite Skirm now, and there's wood left over now for Wyandotte. The score still is favoring him, as Vils try to destroy a ram. The Vils are getting picked off. 50 to 49 Vils. We're out of Vils now. We're running out of Vils. Rams can go for the tower. Now we really need to get to skirms and protect the arbs for sniping the cannon. It's going to be so much easier once the towers go down. Kalpit trying for a TC in the middle of nowhere. There's the monastery. Does that TC go up? Skirms come over. Do we have any more units of any type? Those cannon are so deadly now. Some Vils over here will be killed. 50 to 49. So the Wyandotte is actually 0 TC gaming right now. The Vils over here chopping wood. That's the monastery. Kalpit keeps making TCs. The longboats are slaughtering Vils on this wood line. What is going on? Kalpit's gonna run out of wood making buildings though. Wyandotte actually has more wood access now. If he could somehow do like 1 TC over here, that'd be sick. Wyandotte Castle to protect. There were castles here. They were destroyed. There's no more stone left for castles. I guess Kalpit could do stone here for relics. He's gonna get the relics back. Oh, could those cannon get in range of the longboats? It's close. A ram is chasing the cannon. Wait, could the ram hit the cannon? The ram's gonna go down. Nothing inside of it. The Vil's gonna stop the ram. Can the ram get to the cannon? Okay, Kalpit's got his military numbers back. Wyandotte needs to pull back now. Well, Kalpit can hold. But the problem is if Kalpit holds and he runs out of wood, I think we might actually have a stalemate here. I think we might actually be running towards a stalemate. We still have 2 cannon galleon here. Light cav, let's go. Stable swap. Viking light cav, he needs the armor. Doesn't have gold for the armor. I mean, they will counter the skirms. It'll be good against the cannon, I guess. A Viking light cav, no bloodlines, no husbandry. And he needs to research the armor upgrade, which means he needs to sell for gold now. Guess with the relics, Kalpit eventually can get back on the water? Here come the light cav. I mean, the armor's on the way. It's still light cav versus skirm. They're killing some monks. With all the archery ranges, there won't be any pikemen out here. There'll be light cav on this side, too. They can raid the farms. The skirms are being sent over here. We need honestly, what we need is elite cannon galleons somehow. I guess that's too much gold and siege engineers. Thank you, Bucksbaum, for the follows, because that would be an extra 3 range total on the cannon galleons. And they'd actually cover more of the land then. Well, here are more Vils for Kalpit. He's going to lose more Vils on the wood line. Kalpit can't actually take the remaining wood. So the Vils here from Wyandotte are going to hop on the transport. There are some light cav that are going to raid the skirms over here. He can move his lumber camp to this side. Yeah, Eco KD 349 to 178. The res collected is 114 each. Overall KD is really close. Wyandotte still has the better score. Yeah, truly playing to the name of the map with migration. There's scale mail armor, as Kalpit wants some pikemen as the Dravidians, and he still can't really take this wood because of the longboats, and the water control is still paying dividends for Wyandotte. As we are an hour 34 into this game, we have forging for Kalpit finally. But where he doesn't have any pikemen. He's got 43 skirms. he has a good stockpile of food still, and he has that relic gold back. And it's a shame for Wyandotte that he wasn't able to grab even a single relic. He still has fishing ships working. I don't think there's much food left. There's this fish over to the left. He's taking that fish. Light Cav are getting some good raids. Kalpit on 77 vills. Here's Scale Barding, or Kalpit is gonna go Light Cav himself too. He says, I've got food. I'll make my own Light Cav. Viking Light Cav versus Dravidian Light Cav. That is what the matchup has come down to. Where are the stables even? He's just, is that a misclick? No, he's clicking the next one. I don't think he has a stable anywhere. Oh, he does. He's got one stable. He's gonna make elephants? Yeah, some champions here would be sick. So, what's going to happen? We have 35 Light Cav, though. We're going to have 35 Light Cav dry dock. He wants to get back on water. Does he have the wood to do that? I mean, he did a tower here. Where are the cannon galleons? Another cannon galleon being queued. They need to take out those towers and stop the wood income, because Kalpit's out of wood now. The cannon galleons are doing just that. They're doing just that. He just needs to see this. He needs to see the dock and make sure the cannon galleons are not unescorted. He has no market. Well, he's building the market there, but he's building the market potentially in range of cannon galleons. And Wyandotte, he needs to micro. He needs to see the tower. He needs to pull the cannon galleons back. He needs to avoid dying to the tower. He's doing it. And he still has Viking longboats. That's still... I don't think the docks... Ooh, we lost a cannon galleon, though. I don't think the docks do much if Wyandotte micros this properly. Cannon galleons on both sides. And where are the 35 Light Cav? 54 Light Cav with more in the queue. He's putting all of his food into one big push with Light Cav. The cannon galleons are going down. How much wood is left there? 9,000 wood. There are some Thoricidae. There are 12 longboats left. What is going to happen? He has 85 vills. He's going to drop to, like, no vills now. He's got, against 35 vills of Wyandotte. How many Light Cav does it take to destroy 2 TCs? I don't know, but there's nothing to stop the Light Cav now. He's buying stone. He wants a castle somewhere. And now it's a water fight again. Wait, all those vills could die. Everything could die. There can be more Light Cav. And he wants a castle. Will this be a doubt castle? Will he see the castle? How many vills will die on this castle? Remember, Murder Holes is in already. This is going to be a lot of dead vills, but also the castle should go up. It should go up. Now he has 78 vills. At some point, though, do the vills not matter anymore? I mean, the Light Cav now can kill all of the skirms. More vill... Oh, the castle is going to kill a lot of Light Cav, though. Light Cav might need to jump the cannon and then get out. You can't lose the Light Cav there. That was a lot of food. He's down to 30. He's going to kill all of the skirms, but then Kalpit can remake the skirms. The problem with that castle, though, it's on the wood, but it doesn't protect the relics. The Light Cav actually can come around and get the relics, but that's, I think, the last wave of Light Cav, 13 more. The Light Cav need to destroy that guard tower, and then they get the relics. How much relic gold do you have? 9,000. So more Light Cav still raiding here. Remember when he was at 80 vills, he's down to 58 now. 27 on food. Is that fishing ships? 9 fishing ships. So as long as he has some farmers, he'll have more Light Cav. He's gonna kill more skirms here. Oh, if he realizes he can stop the relics now. It is well over 9,000 now. And now with the Thoricidae, maybe there is some water presence. And the cannon galleons all are destroyed, so Wyandotte maybe not microing as well as he should have with the cannon galleons. And as we said earlier, that's around 9,000 wood. Or actually, wait. What did I select when it was 9,000? I guess it's not. And maybe that's the entire map is around 9,000? Okay, 7,000 with the other trees. More vills going down. 31 to 60 vills. It's a death over here from all the light cav. Now it's gonna, as I said, Dravidian light cav against Viking light cav is now what this game has come down to. Is Woot Steel in? Yes, it is. So the cav ignoring armor. And that should make the Dravidian light cav better than the Viking light cav in the straight up fight. But look at the food economies. The food economy is better for purple. His farms are not idled. His farms are not raided by light cav. Yeah, once the farms are gone, it's over? Maybe. But also, you could say the same maybe for Kalpit. See, there's no transport ship left. There is a market. I think there needs to be a transport for the vills. Yeah, these farms are deleted. There are farms over there. There are still fish. I mean, there are still fish in the sea. 429 eco KD. And we could have one big light cav engagement here, but Kalpit would lose that. A Rumi swordsman, not enough of them to fight the light cav. Not enough of them there. That's a bit of a waste. Are fish farms more wood efficient? Not with crop rotation, I think. Forget how much was on a crop rotation farm now. So another fight. Again, the Dravidian light cav will ignore the armor, but the reinforcements are here for purple, but Kalpit takes the score lead. And oh, look at those Dravidian light cav go. The Dravidian light cav slaughter the Vikings in that fight, and purple will call the GG. Alright, so Kalpit wins game 1. It was one heck of a struggle. Purple made so many different moves. And up and down roller coastering. But I think the key would have been earlier skirms. Earlier skirms and protect the castles a bit better for Trebs. Oh, that was incredible. Getting the max value out of a best of 3 from game number 1. Wow. How much wood is left? Yep, there's another thing. Oh, no, those are light cav. Those aren't trees. Let me just double click that. 8,730 wood left. Oof. And you just couldn't figure it out. The 5 relics, he destroyed the monastery. If he could have gotten maybe 2 of them at that point, ferry them over to another island. If he could have destroyed the... I still think there was a chance for him if he had taken all those light cav instead of going for the vills. Just went for the guard tower and the monastery. Then he probably could have gotten the relics away. And you're still playing light cav dancing around for the wood lines, but... Oh, that was crazy. That was crazy. But at the end of the game, that is Kalpit winning game 1. And that was Dravidians winning over the Vikings. And we have learned from this, Dravidian light cav are better than Viking light cav. Something I never thought I would need to learn. That was crazy. Both players struggling to spend res. Struggling to keep everything going. Looks like the next game, this will be Voyagers. So Wyandotte's first home map. Wait, is this the best? Oh, this is the best of 5, isn't it? This is the best. I just realized there are 5 maps there. This is the best of 5. Oh, I got my scoreboard wrong. This is the best of 5. They got 5 maps. I thought this was a best of 3. This might be round 2, though. Wait, is this round 2? This round 1? Let me check the brackets. Okay, yeah, they used the wrong draft. This should be a best of 3. This is supposed to be a best of 3, right? And there's no reason to have that many drafts? Does Paradox need to go do some adminning? Yeah, this is a best of 3. Yeah, these are the play all 3 draft, but this is a 5-game draft. Yeah, they drafted with the wrong draft. Do they know that? Do the players know they used the wrong draft? They used the play all 3 draft for the best of 3. Wait, but this isn't play all 3. This is 5 maps. This would be like play all 5 or best of 5. I see a random at the end. Right, yeah, but I mean the play all 3 is the same, but they didn't use play all 3, they used best of 5. Like your draft yesterday had 3 maps on it. You sure about that? I mean, there should be only 3 maps, right? Do they pick from more than the 3 maps then? And Paradox is really writing some weird drafts then in this handbook. Alright, so we're going then. We'll have Voyagers. It'll be Wei versus Persians. Yeah, development. That doesn't explain why the play all 3 draft has 5 maps though. Voyagers has a typo? Oh yeah, it puts the U in front of the E. Is it supposed to be like that? Alright, no typo on the actual map, though. We're good. So this is Voyagers. We will have these fort walls and fort gates. And potential paths where you can go hunt foxes by the enemy, or hunt foxes under the safety of your own fortified outposts. So fort walls, fort gates, fortified outposts. Everything is a fort. Then you also have this stone island with some shorefish surrounding it. Yep, by Rapture and Marintho, walls and shenanigans. What on earth is this? This is a fox hunt. This is America. Also, quite a few. What are these horses here? Do horses usually show up as a white dot? As you kind of confuse them with relics. I was gonna say, it looks like there are more relics than there are, but that's just Gaia stuff on the mini-map with the tents and the horses. And then there are some oysters and gold mines here. Don't think you can dock this. There's no beach terrain for the dock. Looks like Minnesota. This is supposed to be, I believe, a regional lakes in northern Minnesota, near the Canadian border. Thank you, Lubioslav.
It's Genghis Khan. We must flee.
Thank you very much. All drafts have to have 2 extra maps. Yeah, Marintho's owed more money now. So we have this wonderful horse. Can you capture the horses? Or did you start with a horse? Might have started with a horse. By the way, if we look at the horses, I'm going to compare this horse here, that kind of gray horse with the black hair, to this horse. The same color, but with the blonde hair. I think this horse looks a bit fancier. Just comparing the hair color. Development learning the maps here along with us. I'm wondering if you can capture the neutral horses, though. Because there are horses scattered around. They each have one horse. There is a mill here from Kalpit going to take the shorefish. You could mill the berries in your base. That's a bit safer. You do need a mill eventually to make the market. And be able to lure in a boar. Milling? You want docking instead of milling? I think milling's fine. Milling's fine. He needs to do the mill text too, as the way. But yeah, you can dock here and go for fishing ships if you want. You can also mill it. Does he get vills from dock text too? I think he does get vills from fishing lines and gill nets, yes. Maybe you should get fishing ships from them instead of vills. And there's the horse under the tower. And no murder holes range for the tower. Yeah, no murder holes range for the tower. Just a 4-range tower. Make it a bit awkward for your enemy to take your foxes. But there's still a lot of fox outside the tower that can be taken. Little towers look neat. Yeah, you climb the ladder up to the first level, then you see the little inner ladder. I don't know where this ladder goes, though. The ladder just goes up to the roof. In case you gotta scrub some mold off the ceiling. Maybe they cooked a bit too hard on those ladder graphics. Okay, that horse is still out there. Looks like it wasn't scouted by either player, though. Okay, we gotta pay attention to the horses, though. Is Marintho here? Can you answer the question as to how do you get the horses? Do you capture them? Or do you just start with them? I see some horses that I think have moved. How are you supposed to hunt foxes with a spear and no dogs? I think you just use a knife, actually. I think you use a knife to hunt them. But here's the dock that Paradox wants. Here's the dock. Feudal age for Wyandotte. They didn't have horses in the show match 4 days ago. I'm still looking for the Gaia horses and thinking maybe you capture them. Something may have gone wrong if they're capturable. Okay. Marintho confirming. The horses are there, but just... they have minds of their own. Okay, so if someone does scout that, they could get another horse. Okay, okay. No set Gaia uncapturable used, I guess. It's kind of OP, though. Well, I mean, each player has one, so at least it's balanced. Oh, this might be it. Well, Wyandotte, will he see the horse? Will he see the horse? He's just about there. Feudal, more line of sight. And he captures the horse. It's his horse now. Yes, he's captured it. Now, he's got 2 horses. They have separate icons in capture age. Alright, so they got horses running around. This is actually kind of neat. Grab the horses and scout with them? It's like playing Attila the Hun 1. You gotta capture the horses. Or Montezuma 3. Forces you to scout. So both them up to feudal. There's the stable from Kalpit. Looks like it'll be an FC, maybe a light cav FC, arena style. Yeah, it's a fast horse. Wait, why is that horse... Why does that horse have 1.86 speed? Wait, what? The tower buffs the horse and makes it faster? What? Okay, so the tower makes you faster within the range. Okay, there you go. That's the clown map scripter gimmick right there. It's from the Alexander the Great campaign. Oh, okay. So it's a special tower then. At least you can't build units from it. I'm waiting for Sardis to come back with those peltasts. I think that would have been a much more fun map if we didn't have the mercenary camp. I also do love these little colored leaves that have been added around the map. They really give it a fun autumn feel. Make me feel like I'm in northern Minnesota. It's been a while since I've been to Minnesota. Used to fly through MSP all the time, back when I lived in Wisconsin. That was a much nicer airport than Newark is. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of a capturable horse. Yeah, it's fine. You're meant to be a wild horse, yeah. Alright, so Castle Age and Scale Barding Armor. For Wyandotte. Scale Barding Armor. Ooh, what do we have here? Where are the stables? Okay, there's a barracks. The wood's kind of spread thin. You have these Asian maple trees. Don't know if those are native to Minnesota, but they do look pretty mixed in with the autumn oak trees. The other oak trees. Yeah, this is a really, really pretty autumn theme. I like it. Chop it up to the Castle Age. What's this? Just some hides on the ground. And then foraging for Wyandotte. Oh, look, all three horses. Are they auto-scouting together? If you auto-scout, they kind of all go in a line. I think they're auto-scouting together. So, double stable for Wyandotte, who still has a good score lead, and an amazing res collected lead as the Persians. How do the Persians fight Xianbei raiders, though, if Kalpit goes for them? That I'm not so sure of. Maybe Castle Age Parthian tactics would help. Horses are definitely not native to Minnesota. Well, I mean, you bring them along, right? You bring them along. Yeah, capturable scouting horse. What about Maritha? What if for sudden disaster we have capturable petards? So Ville's gonna fight a bear. Capturable what? Capturable petards. There's a TC. So it'll be a castle drop from Kalpit. Okay, forward castle drop. Purple can deny the castle. Purple has 3 knights. Okay, Kalpit needs to wall his vills in. Purple, you can deny this. Will Kalpit see the knights in time to wall? Where are the knights? They don't have husbandry. He needs to wall. He has to have epic quick walls right now. He's not getting the quick walls. He doesn't have the quick walls in time. He's trying to wall the vills, but the knights are there. The knights are in. Can he wall them? Can he wall them in time? He's getting 2 vills walled. And now Wyandotte needs any type of ranged unit. And he's stopped the castle drop and basically won the game. Any type of ranged unit. And he doesn't have a range. He doesn't have a monastery. And maybe his option now is just enough knights that he can attack the vills. The vills are going to try to escape, but he deleted the palisade. He's going for stone walls now. going for stone walls. Sending more Vil. That's an injury. Oh, the bear's gonna chase the Vil. The bear is chasing the Vil. Oh, it just gets walled out. Any ranged unit. Now, anything. A workshop, a range. But he doesn't have it. The castle does go up. Almost. That's almost a situation. You gotta send Vils and just make sure you occupy tiles. Imagine that was the last Vil and the bear denied it. But it's gonna be Tiger Cav if it's a castle drop, and the Persians can go camels to deny that. So honestly, that's not the most impressive castle drop. Doesn't even hit the farms. There's no gold or stone that it denies. It's just forward. And we'll have an immediate defensive castle. If we see elephants in that castle, that would be sick. And this castle should go up no problem. Just one tile a quick wall if need be. But yeah, he's down 15 Vils. We have a 2 TC Persian boom, so that Vil discrepancy will only increase. We'll have some farms added in from Wyandotte. He still has a couple of fishing ships on the shorefish. And, oh, what? There's not going to be another castle because the knights just found the stone Vils. The knights just found the stone Vils. This set might go to a game number 3. He'll plays with style. He's got to be careful of the monks. Might need to add in a couple of light cav to try to deal with them. Still has a low HP light cav. And petard. Do you need petards to get through this? You have a castle shooting it. I mean, you're saying it's GG, but it's also a 304 elo difference between the players. Okay, maybe it's GG here. If the knights get it on the wood line. Oh, no. Clutch quick walls again. The market will not be denied. Quick walls on the Vil. This is open still. Okay, those Vils are walled out of the lumber camp. So 58 to 34 Vils. Where are these Vils going? They're going to migrate over for another TC. And the monks here, will they get conversions? There's 1 conversion, 2 conversions, but at the cost of 3 monks. As Kalpit's going for relics again. If Kalpit gets 5 relics, then we have another 2-hour game. I'm gonna need more water. I gotta stay hydrated to cast this. There we go. So, looking for war elephants. Tiger Cav, they have good pierce armor. Idle a few Vils, but shouldn't be doing too much damage. Okay, with the TC and the castle. Okay, the TC gonna leave that one on 11 HP. Under desk pitcher. That is how I keep myself hydrated. I have a backup supply of water. Very handy. I also ensure the bottle has a closed lid on it so that when I knock it over, I don't spill it on my keyboard.
Oh my dear.
And while Knights at the back, that fort gate has insane amounts of HP. When I use the fort gate for, what was it, Festida Pulvera, I had to mod the HP to be significantly lower because it was way too high. Also, hello, Duve. Oh, how you doing tonight, Duve? So we're now at 8 Tiger Cav, 69 Vils to 38. Very nice. Well, it's a wild boar. I didn't even notice that. He was very well camouflaged with that little path in the wood there. He was hiding. I like Turtles likes that Vil count. monk wants a conversion on that Vil. Vil probably could have fought the light calf, maybe? That would have been... where's the monk? Oh, there's the monk. So bear hits the knights. Tiger calf attack the knights. Delete so that the monk doesn't get a conversion. Purple getting close to imp. Right about that. 76 Vils to 45. Still 2 TCs, but once he gets imp, he just trebs this down. Still might want a university and workshop for the cannon, but trebs it down, spams cav around the map. Shinbei Raiders probably are not a threat to Savars. The only thing I'd worry about is maybe Wyandotte's going imp a bit too early. Maybe needs one more TC. Buy some stone, do a TC. Keep some more wood under your control. Work towards securing the gold area by that relic. But yeah, Castle Age Shinbei Raiders with no fletching wouldn't be a threat. And then it's just Tiger Cav, where Persians have heavy camel. So he should be fine here. That's fletching on the TC. And then we just click the Tiger Cav. He has 6 Pierce Armor, so Bodkin won't make a difference here against the Tiger Cav. Wood against the Knights. And okay, don't lose all the Vils. Don't lose all the Vils. This is the Imp TC. This doesn't kill the Imp TC, right? Like this is fine. This is fine. Persians? Okay, fair enough. It's Persians. Is the TC shooting? Is the TC not shooting anything? Why isn't the TC shooting anything? I don't see any arrows or HP changing. It is? Okay. Okay, there it is. Now I see it. I'm just... I couldn't see the arrows. Like, I heard it shooting, but... Setting a Tiger Cap for low damage. That must be it. Okay, there he is. He's imp. He's imp. And then... What do we need from the castle? Trebs. And what do we need everywhere else? Upgrades for the knights. There's a forward siege workshop from Kalpit. You need to get 1 Treb, I think, and then upgrade the knights. Bloodlines. Okay, bloodlines. That helps. It's tricky now. This is where I thought maybe he went imp too quickly. And doesn't have the units to defend against this. So I think he just goes camels and he should be fine against the Tiger Cav. That's a lot of knights now. A lot of Vils going down. It's now only a 20 Vil difference. Less than 20. I mean, the Persians can make up for that. He's still up by 4k res and should trib that no problem. That's also the only castle, so destroying the castle stops the Tiger Cav production. But that's a lot of Vils who are going to die. There's a ram on the TC. Lots of Tiger Cav going down. Tiger Cav hard to replenish now that the castle is going to be tribbed. That treb needs to be in... Okay, he realized. Needs a wall there. Treb in the back, then he's fine. Wait, where's the treb going? Wait, don't send the treb towards the Tiger Cav. Ooh, Kalpit could have ran in there and sniped the treb, but... Maybe things are okay still. Mark is going to go down, so that's going to be a bit awkward. So Ram's on the outside TC. Castle should fall. And if the castle falls, I think you just need camels and win. Oh, there's 1 Tiger Cav, got to be inside again. This is almost an even build count now. So you see Purple struggling just a bit with the army numbers. The Rams go for this palisade, and the Tiger Cav could snipe the Treb. No Vils to repair the castle. The only Vil who's nearby is fleeing. Fox Hunt would go hard right now. I mean, that tower is destroyed. I guess Kalpit must have Fox Hunted that. Kalpit wants to TC that stone. There's a horse still scouting down there on that stone. And some quick palisade walls go up. Wyandotte, does he have any gold? He doesn't really have gold access now. He's actually going to be denied of all gold from the Tiger Cav. The knights still don't have imp upgrades. They have to run from the monks. And he needs to secure some gold now. All the gold's up in that corner and he can't get to it. He's just palisade walling against Tiger Cav. I mean, what he might want to do is just let Vils get converted and then jump with the knights. Or bring all the knights back and jump this army all at once. Because there will be no more Tiger Cav once he jumps. But he has to make sure he has enough knights when he does it. Yeah, the Rams. He's thinking of going for the Rams. I'll bring the Tiger Cav over. He wouldn't want to lose the Treb. The Rams themselves are kind of body blocking the rest of the Cav. So we'll take the Rams, then he can go for the monks. And now you just go for the monks and you're good. Okay, they're going for the Treb, but that's fine. You can afford another Treb at some point. Well, honestly, fighting under the castle might even be good. Kalpit wants to snipe that and run out, but he'll take some damage under the castle. And under the TC. And both monks are going to use their monk juice on one conversion. So now's the time to jump the monks. Where are the other knights? They're not doing anything. Ooh, not being active with the knights, and Kalpit has a Vil lead again. Miscollected are not all that different. It's just the decision makings of when and how to take fights and what units to prioritize. The monks not being prioritized. Oh, and the monks could have been picked off there. That's... Yeah, there we go. Now hitting the monks, but that's also the downside of 2 conversions on 1 unit. This gets cleaned. So now Wyandotte can stabilize a bit. Stabilize things a bit. Find more gold. He's found a TC down here. Maybe he's realizing, maybe there's gold. He's scattered the whole map of those auto-scouting horses. He needs to replace fallen TCs, but that's hard because he doesn't have the stone for it. Oh, I have no idea what's happening. I mean, to be honest, he needs to destroy this outpost with the knights and then go on a fox hunt. I mean, there's only 700 gold there, but that would be a fast 700 gold. Maybe that's what the knights will go do. 1 TC there. These knights need to do something useful. These fort walls are so strong. We're going to have a swap to infantry now. 1 Tiger Cav left on the map. The knights are all grouped up. They can be upgraded to cavaliers at some point. And that Vil... Did he wall himself? He did wall himself. The knights can maybe just attack the TC. And the knights just haven't really found much use right now. Oh, is he gonna convert that? No, the Persians don't have redemption. Where's that monk going? Imagine someone converts a fortified outpost in this game. Like, you need a monk with a ram to debate, such that the tower doesn't notice the monk. And defensive castle at home for Kalpit. Wants to protect the gold. That's what I think Wyandotte needs to do. Protect the gold. So I think what's going to happen is Kalpit's going to get stone. He'll eventually get imp. He'll castle drop again. And he'll probably castle over here and take control of this gold. Yeah, that's a safe castle there. Here's the forward trib. Also, we do have 4 relics. What did I say about Kalpit picking up all those relics again? He's gotten 4 of the 5 relics. I guess you treb the gate and then you run the knights in. You still need upgrades on the knights. I mean, the eco has been horrible for Wyandotte thanks to all those Tiger Cav raids. The Vils have been idled. They can't figure out what to do among the trees. The farming's not there. The map control isn't there. His own stone's being mined by his opponent. So these are not fortified palisades. These are fort walls. These are insane. With all the monks, let's see, I don't think this fight can happen with the knights. Too many pikemen there. And Kalpit takes the score lead. Kalpit takes the score lead. I think we're seeing once again the 300 elo difference here. There's the TC. That's what Wyandotte needs. But he needed that 15 minutes ago. Ooh, that is a risky castle. It is a risky castle. No town watch on the houses. Will he see this? This castle could be denied if he sees it. Pikemen pushing in the middle. That treb can go down. Knights are going to go back. Will they see it? What does this castle even achieve? Tiger Cav production, I guess. Now the Vils are finally going to the gold. Now, what do the Wei have in terms of halbs? They do have halbs. They missed the final armor upgrade. Probably still a situation where camel plus hand cannoneer can do well for the Persians. But there's wheelbarrow, there's devotion. Everything over here being raided. That's 50 to 21 Vil kills for Kalpit. And we have, what, 18 knights on the field that have not accomplished anything? Finally, the TC's up on the gold, though. I don't know if Vils mine gold or oyster at different rates. And hello, Woody. Seems like he's running out of steam or ideas. Yeah, there's another castle on the foxes as the pikemen come forward. They'll be poking the vills. And yeah, that's a 50 vil difference there. Dude, bro, thank you very much for the bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. Hope you're enjoying the USA Cup games. Oh, this set has been absolutely wild, though, these two games. But this was just kind of imp with too few resources to make army, and couldn't really fight off the tiger cav. That felt like he was really worried about trebbing that forward castle, and needed to be more concerned about the gold and the map control, because he hit this point where all of the farms were raided, the res collected difference disappeared, and then ran out of the gold he needed for army. So GG. Kalpit wins a very rough first two games to win the best of 3 set with 5 maps. So 100 to 61 KD for Kalpit, and yeah, right, we see that in the imp transition where he kind of gave up a lot of map control to do it. And there were so many things that went wrong for Kalpit that game, but also you can tell that just the elo and experience difference between them, that Wyandotte had difficulties figuring out what areas of the map to prioritize, how to organize the eco during the raids. A whole bunch of little things add up, even if it felt like he had the better opening. Any more games tonight? Let's see. I don't think there are any more live games. Or maybe there are. Nothing on the schedule right now. There are maybe some Rex we could cast. Yeah, we casted Ornlu earlier. The dashboard's missing some matches. Did Masty play? I don't see the Rex for Masty. Is Masty around? Did Masty play? Find some random live game. Masty plays in 1 hour? The dashboard is telling me he played 3 hours ago. Unless it was entered in GMT time but scheduled in EDT, which might have been the case. Oh wait, Biscuits plays in 10 minutes. Let's take a break and then cast Biscuits. And let me find where Masty is. Where's Masty on the schedule? Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, someone entered Eastern time as GMT. So we'll cast Biscuits versus damilongi. That was crazy. And GG, hello Wyandotte. Oh man, that was a 6 set of games. On Baskets, Lawns Baskets. Yeah, so we'll cast Biscuits and then maybe Masty. So I'm gonna take a quick break myself. Let me just update my title and everything. We'll be right back. All right, let me change the scoreboard. There we go. It'll be Biscuits against damilongi. So Biscuits, I think, will probably be a pretty good favorite this set. Well, we've seen some competitive sets, even if there's a clear skill difference. You can really practice a build for some of the crazy maps. The stream, have fun, everyone. Well, good luck, Baskets. Good luck. I mean, not Baskets, Biscuits. Good luck, Biscuits. Two B words. When do I play my set? I'm not playing this one. I'm just casting. I haven't actually played AoE2 in a long time. Paradox with an important note for Voyagers 1.2. Horses are indeed capturable. And Sacred J, thank you very much for using your Prime sub.
Very well,
Thank you.
brave Rodrigo. Face the night afoot.
I appreciate all the support. Helps keep things going. Rather watch them play. I miss, honestly, the whole map banning thing. Just kind of discourages me from playing so much. I wish I could just go and play Arena like I could on Voobly. Those days were great. You just come home after work, open up Voobly, play Arena. You don't have to worry about bans or dodges or anything. You just pick the map you wanted. The matchmaking system wasn't separating you, putting you and some other player on a map neither of you wanted to play. Oh, that was a better time. So let's see what we got here in terms of drafts. I guess I just want to look on the Captain's Mode website directly. That's probably the best way. And there we go. So Biscuits indeed is on the left of the draft. Here we go. Hello, Pogwarts. You like the Mega Random Team games that everyone bans that one? Yeah, my thoughts on the map system is, like, right now it's basically like Tinder, but most of the dates are between people who swipe left on each other. Because it tries to put you with whatever map remains after everything's banned. But if people are banning maps that other people are favoriting, then clearly they don't want to play together. And you're just like shoving them onto a map that they don't want to be playing. Because they didn't have enough bans to ban it. So, alright, so it looks like Twitch really wants to run an ad. So just since we're drafting and not much is going on, I'm going to do a longer 2-minute ad just to try to clear the ads out for a while. The games in that last set were kind of long, so it kind of ran the ad counter up. So let me or down. Let me just get this ad out of the way. Of course, you can watch on YouTube if you don't want to have to see the ads between the games. So Dravidians and Lithuanians. As Inundation, despite all the water that is there on the preview image, it is not actually a water map. It's actually a land map, a land nomad map. I don't know how many vills there are, but I had a version of it where I started the vills basically in the middle of the shallows. And it was all shallows that you could walk across. So lots of gold and hunt on the inside. Lots of wood and stone on the outside. And there are single tiles of gold on the outside too. I really like the version we had from Wandering Warriors Cup 2. So we have this set, and if we have time, we'll cast Masty's set also. That starts in about an hour. It was listed at the wrong time on the schedule. Actually, I went live thinking I was going to cast Masty, but then thankfully Ornlu was not on the schedule to make up for the misscheduled Masty set. So it all worked out in the end. That's how things happen with USA Cup. It all ends up working out. I need to make sure when I tab over to YouTube I don't see that sub heart pop up. I'm gonna debate myself every time. Completely debated. Just look for Biscuits in the lobby browser. So Biscuits, I'm gonna have to try real hard not to say Baskets instead of Biscuits. This is Biscuits. As we have the wonderful pleasure of casting kind of late at night. I'm used to waking up early to cast. Now I've had my afternoon errands and I've woken up again. I always feel like I get like a second life around this time. To call him Might Space Fruit because he's also known as that. As who? Damilongi? I'll use whatever name is there in game. So I gotta add these players to my list of players. Oh, that's Biscuits? Now I'm gonna call him Biscuits. I know him as Biscuits. I like my good old Biscuits. And speaking of Biscuits, he is hosting a lobby. He is using Mighty Space Fruit in game. I'll just call him Biscuits in Capture Age. That's what I know him by, at least. Also, his ELO right now. What is his ELO? He is 1838. And Archfrost, thank you very much for the sub.
Mongols!
Moo.
We are doomed for certain!
Thank you very much. It would be absolutely amazing if we could make some more progress towards that next tier of Partner Plus. We've been sitting at around 100 subs for a while. We need to get to 300. And then the primes and gifts don't count. But it would be amazing if we get there and get the full 70-30 split on Twitch. Now that's the level where I feel like we're actually going somewhere with streaming. So I very much appreciate all the subs. Yeah, 300 not gifted is a lot. Well, I mean, if gifts counted, it would just be a higher number, right? And then someone would gift, and then you drop away, right? They want more consistency from it. But Inundation is game number 1. Ooh, BY. What is BY? I don't know what that is, but that is the clan tag of damilongi. Also a yellow picker. Ooh. Gotta appreciate someone who picks their color. Is Biscuits just gonna be a standard blue? Ooh, no, Biscuits is gonna be a red picker. We'll have some red versus yellow as the colors. Yeah, with regional pricing, you got a VPN to the cheap regions and tier 3 sub then. I've been getting this YouTube thing that apparently they're doing regional pricing on their memberships now. I don't quite know how to set that because I don't have a feel for every single currency that could have regional pricing. What's this qualifier? This qualifier is for USA Cup. This is for players to qualify to play later on in the group stage. They have to go through several rounds of qualifiers first. This is the very first round. It is a best of 3. Some players who are much higher elo do get a bye past the first round. But everyone else has a first round set to play, 3 games. And over the summer, we'll have USA Cup running alongside a bunch of other events. Or I guess more over the next month or so. I don't even know the dates. Paradox can tell me I'm wrong again. I miss when everything was on AoE Zone. I didn't have to go random wikis. So what's the time frame? Start date May 13th, end date June 28th. So it includes some of the summer. 5 maps for a best of 3. You can tag Paradox and ask him about that. And Paradox will be responsible for answering that question. And yes, it is 5 maps for a best of 3. Five civs too, lots of extra picks. Yeah, the box. I like the system we used for TTL, where we had players banned, but they didn't ban everything, and the final map was random. I thought that was a good way of forcing maps to be played. Okay, so for some reason this didn't auto-launch, but we're launching now on Inundation. Players in control. See, that's what I don't want. I want there to be an aspect that players actually need to be prepared for everything and can't just grind out specific maps or ban things they don't like. I like there to be that randomness aspect. Okay, the dashboard's kind of bugging out because it's not telling me the civ for Biscuits. I failed to download match content. The Mapuche, maybe the dashboard just isn't prepared for that. Okay, I think we're good to now. And let me change this to Biscuits. There we go. I missed the Kentucky Derby. I am 100% sad that I missed that. I ran the Kentucky Derby before we got to game 1. Well, I need to make the track longer then. So here we have Inundation. It is, let's see, no gold on the outside. For Wandering Warriors, we put, I think it was single tiles of gold. We had 8 single tiles of gold spaced around the outside. So you weren't as punished as harshly by going to the outside. You had a tiny bit of gold. But here, all the gold is in the middle. Also less wood. This isn't the version where we added clumps of 3 bamboo. So this is the really old version then. Lots of gold in the middle. Groups of 2 deer, 2. So 2 instead of 3. And on the outside, we'll have a TC on wood and stone for biscuits. And a TC on berries and wood. Or damilongi. Now, looking at the elos, this is around a 400... What, that's 401 elo points. So, biscuits a heavy favorite. But we have seen elo gaps before yield competitive games. And especially if it's a map that damilongi managed to practice and get a good build, we'll have a good opening. Cat Disco. Hello, Masty. Masty needs to get ready for his set. Masty win the Hobbit Lord of the Rings v 33.2 Hobbit Final. I hope he did. You gotta be careful with file names that long. Sometimes Windows hits limits. Or at least in older versions of Windows. So settlement here for biscuits. Hello, Solarak. How you doing? This map, you do indeed start with a horse, and the horse is intentional. The horse is intentional on this one. No scout, horse start, so you can't harass vills as much on the nomad start. You can, of course, block the boars, though, and help the vills lure them in. Love to see a double boar lure here from Biscuits. Let's go. Boar took a bite out of that vill. No loom. No loom. And she has to be careful not to go too far away. Not to be blocked by her own horse. And the horse has to come back. She has a long way to go still. Ooh, there's another bite. Only 2 more bites left. Hill down to 11 HP. Boars do 7 damage. Oh, Biscuit's blocking his own vill. Ooh, okay, getting a bit risky here. Gonna block just a tiny bit. And dare leave the vill outside the TC for a while, but she runs so far away the boar stops chasing. When the boar goes for the weak one, but all's good, all's good.
대기. 준비. 저요? 예? 저요?
So a couple of vills coming over. There's one dot here, one little bit of land terrain in the middle of this bogland masking. And stone mine, masterpiece stone mine for damilongi. Trapping the vills on the inside of the stone mine, saying, no escape for you until you mine this stone for me. Now, and this is a situation I put 1 vill on each side on the diagonal, and then you don't have to walk at all. Now that vill there will have to walk ever so slightly for the first tile of stone. That's true, you can build a tower and hop. Either here and hop out, or here and hop in and out. You can also delete the mining camp. Or delete the vills. And oh, speaking of deleting stuff, Biscuits has his horse deleted by damilongi's TC, running right into it. Running right into the TC. There's Feudal Age for damilongi, gonna be up first. So Koreans against Mapuche. I don't even know what the Mapuche do against the Koreans. How do Bolus Riders do against War Wagons? Bolus Riders are what I always see the Mapuche do. Pretty much every game. Yeah, they're basically a unique cav archer unit. Kind of that same power spike philosophy as the Shinbei Raider. Baskets, what are you smiling about? Oh, because Masty did win? Oh, nice. Congrats, Masty. I'm glad you won. Sounds like the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. Now that would be an appropriate place for The Hobbit Lord of the Rings v 33.2 Hobbit Final, New Zealand.
예?
So we'll have about a vil and a half, almost 2 vils advantage in uptiming for damilongi. As we'll have Loom and then a vil for Biscuits. Part of me likes Town Watch and Loom on the way up. Maybe that's just me though, but I like having Town Watch on Nomad. So stable here as the Koreans. What is the Korean stable for? Husbandry for war wagons? Well, there's no stone being taken yet. I guess this has to be for scouts into light cav because... Well, I mean, there is stone being taken. It's those 2 vils we saw earlier, but not like 4 or 5 vils there. Damilongi laughing. Fair trade. Oh, that's because I think horse ran into a TC down here. Yep, I don't see a horse anymore, and I see some garrison vils in the TC. So both horses running into TCs. That's the market. And blacksmith go up for Biscuits. And he will fast castle. For damilongi, actually, it's just going to be scouts and feudal. Going to be simple scouts. So where are the scouts going to go? Ooh, Biscuits. Does Biscuits scout the stone? Ooh, he doesn't. That goose standing there right next to the stone mine. Almost scouting it, but not quite. Just not quite there.
저요?
Needs to be a tile or 2 forward. So, bore it in. There's a barracks. And no stable for the Mapuche. So they just need the ranges. The bolus riders are incredibly fast. They don't even need husbandry. And forward vills to the middle now. We risk to send them forward maybe, but the settlement's there already. The Mapuche, the civ that can train spears and skirms from the settlements. We'll have a mining camp and a tower for damilongi in the middle. It'll also be an archery range for Biscuits. And a watchtower also for damilongi. Also have a mill up near the deer. And Biscuits' spear will see the 2 towers and immediately turn around, realizing you can't just walk in there. And there's a workshop, but Scout's ready to pick the vil on the workshop. The spear not quite there for Biscuits. He'll get some pokes in. The vil should go down. That was a few good pokes from the spear. And that's a deleted workshop, as Biscuits isn't going to send another vil. He had more vils there. We have another tower from damilongi. Saying, oh no, I want to keep this gold extra safe gold. And not quite protected by the other ones, but Clutching and Bodkin will fix that. Spear forward. And I mean, these Korean towers will become guard towers if the Castle Age comes in. That's only 11, 12 vils on food right now. And might be tough to get up at a good time now, especially without much gold control. Some vils are in the middle on the deer. But is that enough? Maybe another mill is needed to hunt some more deer. Maybe we'll get the do squad to play custom scenarios. Ooh, I'd like some custom scenarios. I saw Dave playing Roll the Dice the other day. And scouts will pick off a vil there. As the bolus rider forces the scouts away. It's bolus rider time, no surprise there. Never got much into Roll the Dice. Roll the Dice definitely takes a good learning curve to figure out what upgrades are good. And also how the upgrades work. Is this Basket's favorite unit? Baskets likes the bolus rider. One played by Biscuits.
준비. 대기.
hate this unit anti-AoE. Vroom vroom. This guy is so speedy, 1.5 speed. That is the same speed as a light cab without husbandry.
자요?
It's much faster than a knight, which is 1.35 speed without husbandry. But it's super speedy, and now ram push on the tower. Damilongi would love for that tower to stand until the castle age and become a guard tower, but it will go down to the ram. Now the Bolus Riders will start attacking the Vills and force them back to their other two towers. Still some gold that can be mined behind the towers. That's going to get harder and harder to mine the more Bolus Riders there are that are hoovering around. Damilongi close to the castle age, but not quite there though, trying to use the market. Selling stone, buying food. Almost there. Almost has the gold. This is a ram on another tower. Maybe both towers could be garrisoned this time. And, well, the Vill's just going for it. The Vill's just going for it. That tower could have been garrisoned to help against those Bolus Riders. The Vills they'll be weakened, but not many deaths. There are 3 spears in the ram, too. But there now is Castle Age. Castle Age for Damilongi. We're already down in res collected. It'll be tricky to make the Castle Age worthwhile.
예? Mary.
준비.
자요? 대기. 자요?
And there is fletching for Biscuits. As double ram push comes in on the towers, Bolus Riders should be able to get some good hits on the Vills. They dodge the towers and have a speedy enough attack they can shoot between the tower arrows. Oh, and those towers are melting.
준비.
Those towers are melting.
자요? 대기.
Those will all go down to the Bolus Riders. Oh no, disaster for Damilongi.
준비.
Absolute disaster. And that's now 12-2 on the Vill kills. There's a GG. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for game 1. Biscuits with the domination with the ram push. GG for Biscuits. Military 13-4 KD for Biscuits. That was some good domination. Honestly, I would have thought Biscuits was a bit higher than 1800. 1838 is his current elo. So you can get some Vamoses in the chat for Biscuits. And Masty's got to get ready for his set next. That's going to start in a good 30 minutes. And, I mean, Arena and Cross. Arena should be a darn good home map. I hope we get to see Arena. That was the Mapuche over the Koreans. Honestly, it looks like if Damilongi had just altered the build slightly, could have probably pulled off a fast castle at around the same time. Because the scouts didn't really accomplish much. And it's hard to get scouts, I think, to work on that map with how much the TC protects of the wood line. And if you think about the difference between Nomad and Arabia, is in Nomad, you're putting your TC in a pretty good spot, where you won't need to move away from the TC for a while. Whereas Arabia puts your TC in pretty much the worst spot possible. It's in the middle of everything, not on any particular resource. So Scout's ability to run around is a bit trickier on Nomad than it is on the more standard maps you'd play. You can maybe try to pick Vills that go for the gold in the middle, but Biscuits was well aware of keeping that walled properly. So Arena shall be the next map, and it'll be Wu versus Poles. This tells me we might have a tower rush strat. Seeing the Poles. Keeping the same colors. Biscuits as red, Damilongi as yellow. So spec delay. Nope, we are in. We are in. It is arena. So here we'll have Biscuits as the red woo to the north. Good woodline in front of his base. And damilongi as the yellow poles to the south. So 5 relics spread out 1, 2, 3, 4 in a line, basically down the middle, maybe slightly closer to Biscuits. And then 1 relic here a bit closer to damilongi. This will be standard DE arena. Let's see, no holes in the walls. They run all to the wood lines. Good back pocket for each of the players if they need farm space. And oh, look at this map from Biscuits. Gold and stone in the back. Berries kind of in the middle. Defensive against the Trush. Pretty darn good map for him. Downside would be these 2 little forests on the outside of his base that kind of block the gold and stone placement and force them both to one side where they could both be castled at the same time. But on the other hand, he could eventually wall here, here, and then like over to here and do TCs or castles over here and play in this part of the map and actually be pretty safe. Now, as we've seen so far in this map, there are predators, usually 6 of them. This time I think they're tigers. Yep, they are tigers. And they will try to munch on your Trushvilles if you want to Trush. Very strong, fun stream, G&G. Thank you very much, Luboslav. Thank you very much for the bits. Thank you, Luboslav. What state does Arena take place in? What state has the most famous circus in the United States? A little bloodless. Just in time for some arena. Well, do we have any like really famous circus acts? That would be where arena is. They probably travel around though. I don't know if they're pinned down. Yeah, exactly. The circus travels. Maybe arena travels. Clowns bring the arena to you, which is very polite of them. Where was P.T. Barnum born? Ooh, I don't know, because wasn't that one like Barnum and Bailey Circus? I remember seeing ads for that as a kid, watching the cartoons. Like Cav OP, a bloodless mist. Should have been here earlier. You would have seen a game that came down to Viking versus Dravidian Light Cav. The map was out of resources. All the players had were food. And they were making Light Cav. Barnum was the big name in circuses. Okay. And I do remember seeing Barnum as a circus name. So a couple of houses up for damilongi, getting the inner wall set up. And with the poles, remember the poles do have bonuses that vills heal over time, and they get gold while mining stone. So they're a very good trushing civ. Other than that, you're picking them for Folvark farms. And hoping that you can overrun your opponent with Cavaliers and Schlachter privilege and early imp. But that can be very civ matchup dependent. Poles can be hard countered by Italians and Genoese crossbowmen. How would the Woo do against that? They are the infantry civ. Their Halb line will regenerate HP, 30 per minute in Imperial. I get fully upgraded Halbs. No Gambesons, but that doesn't matter for the Halbs. And they have good monks too. Decent monks. No block printing though. And Amazir, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm not really feeling the Cav play against the Poles, and that against the Woo. And that means you can go for the Obuk, but then Obuk against Fire Archer doesn't feel good. Yeah, you could go Obuk plus a counter unit based on what you see from the Woo. A Winged Hussar Usually, in my experience, not as good as Cavaliers. If you ever have a choice between the two of them, Cavaliers should be the better unit. Fire Archers is the unit. And then if Fire Archers is the unit, then for Biscuits as the Woo, then the Poles run into the issue that they lack the final armor upgrade. Both their Cav and their Archer lines. So they take a lot of pierce damage from the Fire Archers. Yes, but it's a spam Cav and go Burr can backfire against a good Archer civilization. The Archers can gun down the Cav. Are they cold? No, that's not why they go Burr. That's slaying for the kids to do something repeatedly and very often. Not Burrs in their cold. Have you been to Poland? You can go to Poland next year for the land there. I'd imagine it's cold there. Probably not so cold right now though. I mean, it is middle of spring. Seasonal weather should hopefully be improving a bit. They do go Burr. Is that the phonetic sound you'd make for being cold in Polish? Or would there be a different sound? There's a 30-second difference in uptiming. First up will be Biscuits, and it's not going to be a tower rush with 26 vills in the Dark Age. Instead, building farms around the Folvark, it will be a straight boom. Also, we see the good old Polish houses near the TC strat. So, damilongi, good enough to learn that. Houses near the TC. That saves you more space for the Folvark farms, where you want the farms around the Folvarki and not around the TC. Because they'll get that instant drop-off. Which is probably the strongest food bonus in late game.
Tak,
Early game, it's useful still.
rozkazania.
Witajcie.
So 5 on stone, this might be a castle drop. But castle dropping the Woo means the Woo can make their fire archers and stop your castle. So castle age for will be just a bit slower for damilongi. Not too much idle time though, 12 to 8 seconds. Res collected actually ahead for the Poles.
Rozkazania.
I guess that's what you expect when they're so heavily on stone. You can do market blacksmith in the barracks. You can do the barracks afterwards if you want to have a tighter build and do the market blacksmith first. If you're not going to use the barracks to unlock a stable or a range. But the market blacksmiths get you up. That's basically what the Aztecs did with eagles in the past. They'd focus on the uptiming and then do the barracks after. And that was also from the past when the barracks literally couldn't produce anything until the Castle Age. So we might see the tiger chomp on its prey.
喂，
什么？准备就绪。
何种命令？
何种命令？
Spears were there though. And the Vil, no loom, will come forward and maybe run into another tiger. Scout could see something's amiss if it sees those spears. And what's this gonna be then? Forward workshop, I guess? Biscuits, probably a workshop. Yep, forward workshop. And damilongi might not be aware of that red workshop coming up outside of the walls. It will be a straight castle, though. That could counter the workshop push.
什么？
准备就绪。
That tiger needs to be walled out from the Vil. You do not want the tigers killing your workshop Vil like that. So now the question for Biscuits is how quickly does he scout the castle? Biscuits finding every single tiger. Fighting them with his spears.
何种命令？准备就绪。什么？
Spears will poke that down. And down it goes. And Folvark in the back, as Damilongi wants more farms. Obuki now trained from the castle. There's a ram. Biscuits so far ignorant of the castle, and the spear is going to turn around before he finds it. And I feel that Obuk is actually the counter to the ram. How long will it take the ram to spot the castle? We'll check that out as it starts ramming the wall. And this is the tile of wall that's being rammed, losing some HP. Here comes the Obuki. Nothing they won't be able to deal with if the wall is breached. Just one scorpion so far. And kind of hold back. Wait for the fight to come to them. That's enough stone for a second castle soon. How aggressive will that castle be? That castle could be even on Biscuit's face. I mean, castle right here would be devastating. That takes out 2 golds and a stone. As much as Biscuits had a great base with everything else in the back, berries are gone. Just 1 gold and 1 stone.
Gotów jestem.
So the wall's down. Damilongi could just re-wall that. But doesn't quite know what's coming out in the shadows or how little it actually is. Like Biscuits wants to start picking up relics. This will be his first. There'll be another castle in the middle now for Damilongi.
Gotów jestem.
That's a good castle. 13 vills, but also 2 scorpions there on this. This could be a disaster. Now this could be a disaster. There's an Obuk there.
Witajcie. Tak.
Do waszych usług.
I'll chase the scorpions away as the monk wants a conversion. Oh, the castle was denied? The castle was denied? What? Oh, he lost the stone. He lost the stone. How the heck? A ram, 1 vill into the ram. I've only seen that happen to Doubt before. Oh my gosh. So Damilongi pulling a Doubt. We'll go back and look at that after the game. We'll get a replay. I need the vodka instant replay set up for the picture-in-picture. But yeah, that was the only scene that happened to Doubt before. I saw a game where Yo one-hit a castle foundation with a ram. But he is stoned for another castle now. He is stoned for another castle. Castle number 3. All good. He's pulls anyway. He wants the Mind Stone. Get the gold. It'll work out. It'll work out. So Squires now for more Obuki. That's just karma for not putting the castle far enough forward. Now Relic's getting picked up by Biscuits. He has 3. 1 more easily grabbable by him. 1 more by the walls here, so it should be at least probably 4 to 1. Maybe 3 to 2. Okay, we'll have to check that out again. See what happened to that castle. So stone mining for Biscuits now. Tiger chasing the Obuki. Look at the tiger. Monks go for the conversions. And forward outpost Biscuits. He's going to play some outpost style on Arena. Make sure that he can see everything. Have the spear forward. Make sure that none of those castles come up sneakily on his outside resources.
Gotowa jest.
And that's all the relics he does. I don't think he's going to get the one that's in that monastery now. But he very certainly could get that one. Ooh, if he saw it, he didn't scout it though. Look at the scouting and the fact he missed that relic. Could be there, he needs to check. But yeah, it's over on the side. Let's get a conversion on the Obuk. He'll sit in the min-range under the under the castle. Just stand there menacingly. Wait for Vills to try to fight him.
Rozkazania?
As the Vills go all out there.
什么？
Only 2 vills go
准备
down.
就绪，
Or is this the third? Do all 4 go down? Guy's a big hammer. 3 HP, 2 HP, 1 HP, it'll be close, and he goes down.
Jestem.
Vill could take no more hits. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 TCs. He needs to start adding those full farmers, right? It's time to make the farms go burr. Don't let your idle TC time accrue too much. Be the pulls, feel the farms flowing. He's got now, what, 19 farms total as the pulls, so he should be okay to keep the vills running.
准
Yeah,
备
Biscuits smoothly more villagers ahead in booming. He's had 3 TCs for a while now, 66 to 50.
喂，
And he's ready for his own castle and potentially imp behind that. But that won't be trebs for him, as the Wu need traction trebs.
Do waszych usług.
准备就绪。喂，
So there goes the monk putting relic number 4 in the monastery for Biscuits, as he's gonna do a safe castle. And, oh, force a delete from damilongi.
备就绪。
Force a delete, there's a ram. Biscuits almost up, he's buying food, probably thinking of going up. How many farms does he have? 34. This is where he can cut build production and go up. Pretty much whenever he wants, because he has the gold. Castle at least will be the second building, so I think he only has a monastery. Although, oh no, has the university, he can go up whenever he wants. And the food almost there. Still doing some vil production, buying food, selling wood. Buy maybe one more round of food and drop off and he should be good.
准备就绪。
Just purr purr.
什么？
And there we go, Imp. Imp in the back TC, a safe TC. That is the castle I wanted to see from the start, but I don't think that's gonna go up. I think there's a castle in the way of getting there. Castle sniping off the light cav. You know, scale barding armor for damilongi. Does the fire archer shoot multiple projectiles at once? At light cav? Okay. That's the thing, I guess. So Imp, Pikeman, Scale Mail, Armor, Squires, all the upgrades for Biscuits. As damilongi actually has the score lead because Biscuits is up to Imp. And that Imp is still eating into the score. It'll swap as soon as Imp is clicked. So we're going to see Biscuits probably take a huge score lead as soon as Imp comes in. We have another town center for Biscuits. Fire archers start to come out for Biscuits too, and with the fire archers, you can just attack the castle with the fire archers. Might need fletching and...
准备就绪。
Eh, we'll see, we'll see.
什么？准备就绪。
Loom on the way for Biscuits, but might need fletching bodkin still there. Need to be clicked. Some vills from damilongi will be sent to repair the castle, some light cav inside. There's the workshop. Remember, traction trebs are what the Wu do. Their traction trebs benefit from Sitting Tiger, is that they shoot additional projectiles. That tech itself is pretty expensive. 600 wood, 300 gold. Not the worst, but does eat into your wood quite a bit if you want to go for it in early imp. And you're using wood for farms and buildings and everything.
什么？
Albs, skirms most importantly. Can't forget the skirms. So that castle now has to be repaired by damilongi. Bodkin and Imperial Age both on the way.
准备就绪。
Castle gets Bodkin, it actually might be able to hit the fire archers, yeah. Only fletching, so Biscuit needs Bodkin himself. Really does need Bodkin if he wants to go for that, but it'll add in the traction trebs. Focus on the traction trebs. Up to 2 workshops, there you go, traction treb production. And how long will this castle stand with attraction traps there? Are crenellations counters a full castles a full counter to fire archers? I believe so, yes. I think they have the same range as the fire archers at that point. Yeah, this is just gonna be repairs on the castle now. Enough stone has been lost already for damilongi. But the traction trip numbers will just climb. Halb for Biscuits to protect them, forging. He's ready to deal with the winged hussars. And winged hussars, what is the full arc farming situation? Look, oh, that is an auto farm if I ever saw one. What's this look like? 44 farms. It's an okay number for spamming hussars. I think you really want to be 60 plus even as the polls. 100 farmers is not out of the question. Only bombard cannon. I think it's 13 range for each at most, other than Turk bombard cannon, which you get to 14 with artillery, and traction traps are 14. I think if any civ were to have siege engineers, that would make them 15. So Halb's trying to split up as the winged hussars run forward, and the Halbs need to protect the traction trebs from the winged hussars. This blast furnace comes in, not going to protect that one. Yeah, 2 more stables for Biscuits to seize an imp. And you'll go for another forward castle, trying to get more map control, maybe get more fire archers. Yeah, and he does need a legitimate legacy. Which castle is that in? In the back castle. Alright, so at least good job to check and put it in the right castle. No, he's gonna lose this one. Hussars the choice. He doesn't think he'll have the gold control for Cavaliers. Maybe Cavaliers could have been a better option. And a forward castle, Biscuits doesn't need any walling. A lot of halbs, 33 halbs, 30 winged hussars. And damilongi don't think it can take that fight. He's gonna break around the halbs and go for the traction tribs. We get 1, and the castle's still up in the back at least. 1, 2, 3, and they are pretty darn expensive, but that's at the cost of quite a few winged hussars. More winged hussars out. They should be able to grab another traction trib, kind of sitting in the middle. See how quickly the halbs can get there. And they get the trib. Don't think they can deny the castle. And damilongi, seeing the forward castle, is just going to call a GG, realizing there's nothing more to do against all those halbs. All those traction tribs. Well, hussars over there, but not going to hold out for the rest of the boom. Just we'll call it there. Seems pretty reasonable. And 47 to 27 KD. And I gotta go take a look at that ram now. Let's go take a look at that ram denying the castle. So just give me a moment, let me restart that wreck. Go watch it with capture age. It's the fun of having the wreck in my own folders. So GG there, and in around 10 minutes we do have Masty set. That'll probably be the last thing I cast tonight. Well, let's just fast forward to this. We'll fast forward, we'll kill some time before Masty's set. So we gotta get good ways through this. And Biscuits, hello Biscuits. We're gonna go watch your ram deny a castle. You gotta go find that time in the wreck. I forget what time it was. You're gonna see a good highlight here. Never seen that before? I've seen that once before. And naturally it was Doubt who lost the castle. It was Yo did it to Doubt once. That was in one of those show matches for what did we call it?
准备就绪，
It was something I hosted with Hui Hui a while ago. It was a remake of a Boo League tournament from years ago. Clash of the Titans, that was it. There we go. Here we are, slow motion. Villagers going to place the castle foundation. Scorpions shooting at the villagers. The scorpion hits the Vil as it gets 26 HP on the castle foundation. There goes the ram, and goodbye castle. All the stone denied. The scorpion plus ram combo denies a castle. Oh yeah, that has to hurt damilongi there. That has to hurt, all that stone down the drain. You know, I said that happened to Doubt once. That also, I actually managed to pull off essentially that same thing once with cav archers, where I had cav archers that hit a single Vil just as he started a castle foundation, and then the rest of the cav archers had enough arrows that actually destroyed the foundation. I did that once. There was a game. It wasn't a castle, but it was a barracks in early feudal. My scout hit the villager just as the Vil started the barracks. Then I realized the Vil was running away, so I just right-clicked the barracks, and then the scout one-hit the barracks.
Rozkazania?
Yeah, it's something to watch out for. Usually you see mangonels, you can aim for the foundation. The ram being in just the right spot. It was horrible for damilongi. I can feel the pain there. I can feel the pain of that. I've definitely mangonelled my own castles. At least you can't do that to yourself. Oh, man. Cirque du Soleil was set up a lot, and that travels everywhere. Oh, yes. That's another one. Oh, well... that I feel bad for Dammy now. That was rough. But I think Arena is going to be a pretty common map pick. That was Poles against the Woo. Especially for the 1400 or so rated players, it's going to be kind of a comfort pick. You just play it because you know what to do there. So coming up soon, oh my gosh, Ozone versus Chris is playing Arabia. Yeah, I've seen Chris, Canadian Chris. OG Chris playing recently. He's 25-19 right now. But we're just gonna take a quick break until Masty's set. This will be what I think it was Masty versus CombatWombat. Let me double check. There's Masty's post. Now, where is Masty? There it is, yeah. Masty James versus CombatWombat 13. Stay tuned, and we will be right back. With that, let me update my YouTube title too. I feel like the YouTube chat's disappointed now. A lot of people rooting for Dammy there. Let me try to shorten some names a bit so we all fit them in the title. But Masty. Here we go. And there we go. So we'll wait for them to draft. Should be getting started in 3 minutes, actually. 3 whole minutes until they draft. Let me check the captain's mode site. Maybe they'll be prompt and start early. No, not quite. Not like Jordan. Jordan's always super early for all of his sets. Okay, so one more set coming up. Masty again will be the heavy favorite. Will we watch Mustard James now? Yes, Baskets. Yes, we will. First thing to start their drafts, and I will be right back. Alright, so we should be drafting. Let's see, is Masty, does he have a good draft? Masty's going to be creative with the draft, I bet. go, maps. Ooh, okay, we got some good maps. Remember, there are going to be 5 maps. They'll play 3 of them. That's how the draft works. Alright, so Graveyards will be game 1. Masty picks Arena and Land Madness. CombatWombat picks Migration in South Dakota Badlands. I don't think you want to play Migration against Masty, though. Masty knows how to play Migration. Masty's a Migration master. Have I seen much of the new maps? Other than the show match, no, we just saw Voyagers today. We learned that Voyagers has a very creative scout that can be captured from the horses. And let's see, need a Civ draft, then I can add them to the overlay. There we go. Right. Here we are as we draft the Civs. So Graveyards game 1, Masty, as I said, picks Land Madness and Arena. CombatWombat picks Migration. And South Dakota Badlands. So, I don't know what to think of South Dakota Badlands. It seemed pretty open, but also we had a pretty fun game on it that went super late. So, hopefully it's a good map. Hope to see Teutons. Emu, you better make Masty pick Teutons then. Reminded them of AOC Arabia. Thanks for casting. Well, thanks for watching. Appreciate everyone who's watching. Is your favorite music to dance to? Nice. Oh, there it is. We chat. We have it. We have Teutons. We have Teutons. Where are we going to see Teutons? On Migration? Imagine Teutons on Migration. Crenellation's castles. Ooh, that sounds like a good idea. Land Madness or Arena? Ooh, Teutons on Land Madness. That makes sense. That feels like a very Tato type of gameplay. Maybe we'll see Teutons in South Dakota. Oh, and thank you, 11, for the gigantic T90 Teutons emote. Teutons on Land Madness seems like a Viper pick. I'm saying that because Tato picked them on Teuton the other week in the Brazil qualifier and won there against Leary. Can you pick enemy maps? Yes, you can. I mean, Masty could lose 3-0 by playing Graveyards, Migration, and South Dakota Badlands. Unless Paradox is going to tell me I'm wrong about that too. This will be the last set for tonight. Then we'll be back tomorrow again after Warlords casting some more of this. I've been enjoying these. Nice to have just something a bit more chill to cast. Should have 3 Warlord sets and then USA Cup starting at 14 GMT. That's going to be a good day of casting. Masty losing 3-0 in a best of 3. That's true. He could lose 2-0 by playing Graveyards and Migration. You're right. You're right. It's a best of 3 and they have 5 maps. Yes, they have extra maps. So let's see, Masty, where is the lobby? Oh, this one actually is showing up on the dashboard, and here we go, wonderful. The dashboard actually does have it show up, so. Graveyards as our first map, Masty will be yellow, CombatWombat will be purple, it'll be Hindustanis against Georgians. It loads, failed to download match content DE. I've gotten that every game. I'm gonna say Graveyards. At least searching USA works because of the tag on the map, I think. Alright, so we have Masty as the yellow Hindustanis to the north against CombatWombat as the purple Georgians to the south. We have around we have an ELO difference of 1,099. Masty, one of the players who didn't get a first round bye. But this isn't the biggest ELO difference we've seen. So we'll see if CombatWombat can do anything interesting. Maybe rattle Masty a bit. As Masty has Hindustanis against Georgians, Georgians can struggle against camels. Camel Hand Cannoneer will likely be the play for Masty. I'm sure everyone here is going to be rooting for CombatWombat. And Paradox will be keeping a very, very tight microscopic eye on every single move that Masty makes. Looking for reasons to give an admin loss to Masty. Chat's going to be cheering for Wombat. What, you're not our base? Dude, do we need our base to admin this then? So Masty moving up to the barriers. We're gonna have Loom for CombatWombat. Loom as he picks up a couple of cattle. Making sure... Oh, wait. Is this the pre-feudal Loom? What do we have here? Are we gonna have a 17 pop up? Only 5 seconds of idle time? What is this build? Look at this. Look at this. Masty with 1 second of idle TC. He's doing Loom. Look at this build from CombatWombat. Look at how much faster he's going to be to feudal. So the tricky thing about this build is you need to have enough vills on wood to get the barracks and the stable up in time to make it worthwhile that you can start producing scouts. Where's the scout too? Okay, still pushing in the mouflons. Still pushing them in. Masty's in trouble. Masty is in trouble. Those cows probably need to be under the TC a bit more. What do we have there? 9 on wood. And you can see how the barracks is a bit close. Bill's being pulled off of the berries for a forward house. And this is also where you see this Elo kind of struggles with getting walls in the right position. That's a very long walk just to do a house. I think just house barracks over here with the wood vills. And if you need to, the vills under the TC go to a straggler. Yeah, and there's the barracks. And this is the downside of the build, is you don't have the wood for the barracks and the stable. The barracks is going to be a bit late. And when you're 17 out of 20 pop, you don't need the house right away. You can do the barracks first and then the house. But either way, you still wouldn't have the wood for the stable. So that's where a few too many vills on food on the way up, and you probably want to go to a straggler tree. Maybe it's a spear rush. If this is where a spear rush, we'd see a spear already. It's a scout rush. That was definitely crazy. I think probably the fastest you want to go with Georgians, though, is probably 18 pop. The mule cart gives you a smooth dark age. There aren't many civs who really want to go faster than that. Maybe Mongols can do it if they have a good hunt and a good deer push. But still, it's a fast up. Maybe gonna make Masty think a bit. Yeah, now we see the idle TC time starting to accrue a bit. It's just kind of the struggle of getting vills and scouts at the same time. There's the scout. Also, where's the forward scout? Oh, look at that. Look at that. This is a Georgian scout. This is going to heal over time. Take a bit of damage and then just run away and heal. Masty's out there trying to wall. Masty's sending his vills from the stable to more walls. There is an opening here. Oh, Masty didn't scout that. Well, imagine Masty falls victim to the hole between those trees. Which, I mean, he might. He's mostly walled everywhere else. There's a spear on that side, but there's a hole between those trees. And Masty's gonna play arena? Oh, well, yeah, if he loses, he can pick arena. The 3 versus 3 scouts. I mean, res collected are within 100 of each other. Honestly, this hasn't been perfect, but for someone 1132, this has been a darn nice opening for CombatWombat. Oh, Masty, he saw the hole. He saw the hole. He's stream cheating. He heard us talking about it. And there will be a hole here, but it's plugged up by a spear. Oh, the spear with the hill bonus. Gets a kill on the scout. So CombatWombat, look at that. Pulling the vill back to the TC, not doing the house in time. Now, what type of quick walls will we have? Are you the Viper? Is CombatWombat the Viper? No, he's not. He has a vill that's a bit out of position, but he'll bring the other vills and fight. I'm losing 1 vill there. Masty's gonna be annoying by those berries, I'm sure. Yeah, Masty listened to the stream. AL Paradox has his excuse now. Oh, gap between the farm and the TC. Up there. Oh, there's some auto farming. Auto farming to throw down the farms. Scouts go back to the berries. And the vills, they turn and fight. No, they won't have to. There's a spear. So scouts for CombatWombat in the back, but Masty already paired with spears to zone them off. He's walling off, has a couple of mouflons in the back that are standing there. Hello, mouflons. They're deer replacements. 1990 farms. 1990 farms over there. Ooh, there's a Vil who's all by himself. The scouts will try to find the hill, but they won't even get a hit. Won't even get a hit. The micro by CombatWombat. Now the spear is in position. Needs maybe one more spear over here. And he's probably in the clear. Just don't want to let the spears be dragged too far away. Keep them on defensive stance, keep them back. How many farms does Masty have? Masty has 10. The scouts are in. The scouts are in. And you try to get some gap between the spears and themselves, and then try to pick outlying Vils. You see, Masty, you need to run the small circles around your TC with the spears. And that's maybe something for CombatWombat to pay attention to. The spears are chasing the scouts a lot more, and also they're chasing them in a wider circle. See, if you saw Masty there keeping the spears near the TC. And now he's going to chase, but that's because he's taking a fight. Now there's only one scout left. When you chase near the TC, it's easier to be in position to engage the scouts, because you have a smaller circle that you're rotating around. Now looks like, let's see, the scout's still hoovering a bit. Masty is thinking about picking that Vil. Will he go? Here comes the spear. No, in time. Protect the Vils. In time, in time. Keeps the Vils alive. So 2-to-1 Eco KD. Looks like CombatWombat did get a Vil. I mean, there's so many skeletons here from the graveyards, I'm not sure which of them are Masty's. All of them might as well be. He does have an easy wall over here that he'd go for, but that's pretty far away. And look at the scouting, he didn't scout that part. I mean, it's not that bad of a wall from here to the edge of the map either. Well, look at that build. Masty up to the castle age already. And remember how early feudal was even in res collected? Now Masty is 600 ahead. Just some little efficiency things. Yeah, these farms have a few gaps in them for the stragglers, so that's not too bad. Not too bad. Sometimes the stragglers do cause you to have some awkward farm placements. There is a stable forward for Masty. Bloodlines and Castle Age in for him. Feels bad when your opponent is halfway to Castle Age as you're building a meal cart. I mean, it's all a bunch of little efficiency things. It's not like there were any huge mistakes here that CombatWombat made compared to Masty, right? Like, they both are just trying to wall themselves up, control with spears, keep their eco running. And if you saw Masty against someone who is much higher level, you'd see the same thing. Only Masty doesn't quite have as many res collected. There's little efficiency things that happen. And Adam, hello Adam. Yeah, so this map has a lot of relics. Graveyards is just inundated with relics. Lithuanians, pretty likely to get +4 attack on it. Burgundians with the relic bonus. Aztecs with the relic bonus. Also possible civs. Yes, I think I muted myself during the sneeze. Masty got a kill. I'm allergic to Masty getting kills, it would seem. Ooh, there's another one. That was loud. I think I muted successfully, Adam. Don't be trolling in the chat like that. So, scouts go down. My ears are bleeding. So are CombatWombat's Vils. And here come the Hindustani camels. Remember, they have an attack bonus against buildings, so they will break through walls surprisingly quickly, and CombatWombat has to be prepared for surprises. Now, this is Masty James he's facing, so I'm sure surprising is Masty's middle name, and Combat will be prepared for that. But Masty surprising James will start hacking away at those houses with the camels. And there is still a hole in that wall. Hello, Pony Down. Wombat Army. Well, Wombat seems to have a lot of fans here. Is CombatWombat... What time zone is CombatWombat in? That also does... I wouldn't be surprised if that were an Australian name. But Masty James is also the winner of the Australian Ascension Division 1. Is this USA Cup between two Aussies? There's now a stable for CombatWombat. He's almost up. As the Georgians, he probably just wants to go some knights. They still have a second TC here. And we'll start mining stone, maybe thinking of a forward castle drop. These skilled gamers. I don't know where CombatWombat's from. I've met Masty before. He came to our Medieval Times meetup. Okay, so the spear is going to poke some camels, try to stop them from getting in. The vills will fight. The mule cart will stand and watch and block the other vills, say, no, don't do it, it's not worth it, they're just going to kill you. I'm going to save your lives, villagers. And a CombatWombat up to the castle age, but we'll call the GG. Masty James, barring a last-minute admin decision, will win game number 1. So GG. So 12-5 KD for Masty. More res collected. I think that just kind of tells it. You can see the res collected difference. Kind of just growing over time. Little efficiency things. The scouts, even if they're not killing vills, just causing some disruption. I've been lost for bowling. Wouldn't CA be the go? I had to click leave map like 20 times. So, I mean, we saw 2 stables added, right? So when you see 2 stables, it's not going to be CA. You could go CA, maybe, but usually CA, you don't want to be that far behind in the castle age timing, but I guess that's fair to say for anything. If you're that far behind, it's probably more monks that you want to add first. CA take a long time kind of to grow. This is game 1 won by Masty. And that was Hindustanis over Georgians. And we'll see if we get to see Teutons now. Maybe we'll get to see Teutons. Masty doesn't pick Teutons. I think that's got to be admin loss. Right, and they're in the lobby for game number 2. Same colors. Masty yellow, CombatWombat 13 in the purple. And haven't picked a map yet. Still says graveyards. Version 1.1. Ooh, they're picking a map. Migration. Alright, Masty loves migration. So this is a tricky map to pick as a home map against Masty. You pick your opponent's map? Yes, I believe so. Is there a reason for the elo difference? It's just the first round of the tournament. And there's a big elo difference. Everyone plays in the qualifier. So here we are on migration. We'll have Masty James as the yellow Koreans to the south. And CombatWombat as the purple Japanese to the north. So I know how Masty likes to play migration. His philosophy is don't fight for the water. Water doesn't matter. Just take the mainland. Take the mainland, and that's it. Also, no hills here on the mainland. It's all flat. You can tell this is more the old school AOC styled migration because it doesn't have lots of terrain masking. No wolves in the middle, no sheep in the middle. And the deer should be a good, nice push towards the TC. Yeah, historical matchup. Maybe we'll see some turtle ships from Masty. I think we'll all be sad if we don't see turtle ships from Masty. As the Japanese CombatWombat will be trying to fish boom and hold on for dear life against the Koreans. Because oh boy, that Korean late game with the free towers is scary. For the Japanese, it's about having a better eco. Using the eco to the advantage before the Koreans really get to that full tower spam. For the Koreans, Upseong +2 line of sight, or not two, +2 range for the watchtower line. And generally, I think that's better than Yasama for additional arrows, which is good too. I think the range is crazy. Japanese do have elite cannon galleons and siege engineers, so they can outrange the towers from the sea. It does take some doing to get there.
준비.
I think what we really need in this matchup is just like on Noryang Point, give Masty a wonder that's under attack by a bunch of CombatWombat's warships, and force Masty to have to defend it. Force him to defend his wonder. Get a nice double mining camp between these golds here. Or like one there still lets you mine. Ooh, CombatWombat engaging in combat with that deer, trying to lure it in. Trying to get it to the TC. There he goes, there he goes. All good, all good. So dock and fishing ships. We're seeing only 5 on wood. Ooh. I mean, the way CombatWombat's doing a build here makes me think he wants to go fast feudal. Omega Fishboom would be 6+ on wood, and going for 2 lumber camps so you could do more docks and more fish, right? The 5 on wood feels like an old school aggressive water build. Oh man, I love this map. Adam's a fan of migration. I know Masty is too. Seems a little one-sided. It's a little one-sided, but honestly, CombatWombat, and he kind of impressed me with the build for someone of that 1100 elo last game. The Dark Age looked clean. The transition from Dark to Feudal and some little Feudal Age eco-management things, I think, are where we could work a bit. It all just comes with a bit of practice. So 6 on wood. And I still don't know what CombatWombat's aiming for. We see Masty, and we see Masty has 10 vills on wood. So he's going to do a second and perhaps even a third dock in the Dark Age to Fishboom. You need all that wood to Fishboom. And there is the mill for CombatWombat. Yeah, okay. And then this is then the difference in the builds. If CombatWombat is wanting to go fast castle, then you don't need the mill as much as you need a second lumber camp a bit earlier. But you don't need to stockpile all the food as hastily to click up like you do if you're going fast feudal. Where you have more time to send the vills to wood. And then go to the fish. And I wonder if the mill is just maybe a miscalculation in the build, saying, oh no, I don't have the food go up, let's do a mill. Loom on the way, and there is feudal. There is feudal. With a cancelled loom, too. With a cancelled loom. So that might have been maybe a bit of just a small misplay in the build, not being able to click up, and a panic mill to react to it. Yeah, long distance mining on the gold. If this were a fast feudal build, you would want the second lumber camp now, and you'd have a few vills kind of transitioning to gold as you go up to feudal, eventually for a mining camp. But after the lumber camp, your next priority is a second dock. You get 2 docks and a lumber camp, and then you're deciding, do you add a third dock, or do you go with the mining camp right away? Does cancelled loom count as idle TC? I think it does. But still only 24 seconds of idle TC on, of all maps, migration, where the Dark Age did look a bit sloppy, so... Nice job by CombatWombat recovering at least and making sure he still has a playable game in front of him. Thick programming. Yeah, and everyone, for you, if you are just tuning in, you wonder what the ELO difference was, as someone was asking. It's simply, this is the USA Cup, this is the very first round. The super high ELO players, the people with even more ELO, got a first round bye. Everyone else plays a best of 3 as a kind of a pre-qualifier. That's what it's called, the pre-qualifier to the qualifier. Some of them have some mismatched elos, but we still got some pretty good games nevertheless. We had one set of games where players had a 300 elo difference, and that was pretty competitive. And players much better than Masty James received buys, and Masty's 2K too. Feudal Age for Masty. So Masty will fast castle and focus on the land. That's what's going to happen on migration. He's not gonna contest the water all that vociferously. And there we go, CombatWombat. A little over a minute later. Selling stone and wood and buying food. Masty is not needed to sell anything. And we'll look for a transport ship for Masty. Unless Masty just stays on his island. Which, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he does. Like I said, I'm sure Masty's going to do some stuff that's creative. He's a delightful person as well. That he is, that he is. Like I said, I did meet him about a year ago. Is Masty up to feudal? Second dock now for CombatWombat. And not quite finished with the forage bush. So there's the transport ship. He's going for the fast castle, won't quite have the resources for it. Masty's managed to pull that off a bit better. And Masty's saying, I'm not going to build farms near my TC on this island. No, I'm going to add a market and blacksmith right in the farming space, give myself more space throughout the rest of the island. Hope they never get destroyed by cannon galleons or war galleys if I lose the water. And then when I transport, I'll just send the vills and have a market and blacksmith that are safe. And fishing lines for Masty. But yeah, the opening migration, very important to... Oh, wait, there we go. Castle Age already. Wait, I didn't even realize that Masty was a lot slower there. I thought that was Feudal Age when I saw that coming in. Wait a minute. Okay, CombatWombat, never mind. Up to the Castle Age. Even though you could tell there was a bit of mayhem there with the vills. Taking the forage bushes now, has the market. You do need the mill for the market. Am I getting the... I think you can see the difference in res collected there. Masty just staying feudal a bit longer, but difference 1,500 difference in res collected. I think it's still the key. If you want to go for that longer, or more towards a fast castle build, you need more vills on wood at the start, so you have more fishing ships. And Masty now 20 fishing ships. Masty live on the East Coast, I believe so. Yeah, so FC, and I think FC will be meta on this map, right? So I mean, CombatWombat's still playing the meta because of the way you can garrison the fishing ships now. It's really hard to put pressure this far away from someone. Even the old transport ship forward dock, I don't think is going to work that well. Because the defender can garrison the fishing ships, and the forward dock player can't because there are no fish out here. So then it becomes very defensive fights, where one player can't push, and then if the other player has an advantage, it snowballs. So barracks in the middle for CombatWombat. Still looking for Masty to transport, but Masty's going turtle ships. Alright, I see 1, 2, 3 turtle ships and a transport ship. So, which vills will he transfer to the middle? Where will the turtle ships go? Okay, he's moving the transport. One vill. Just one. Hello, Prince Aeschylus. The Elo's at the top of the screen. 2231 and 1132. Oh, look at the turtles. Look at them. Look at them go. Their oars rowing the wrong way, as T90 would point out. A town watch now for CombatWombat. Your res collected almost 3k difference. And oh no, feudal 8 ships running into turtles. Oh, the poor hulks. Oh, 4 turtles just obliterated them. And they'll slowly but surely sail their way across. Lots of Masty fans. All the Masty fans coming out of the woodwork today in the chat. And Gilnet's wheelbarrow. Is that a 5th turtle ship? He's going full turtles. Here's the TC from CombatWombat. He's going to start picking up the relics. He has the initiative there. Masty's still not moving to the middle. He has their docks there, but he's not really TCing there. Yeah, Wombat believers. We need more Wombat believers in the chat. hello, D-Longer. How are you doing? Hope Wombat converts every single one of those turtle ships. I hope so too. I'm still saddened by the rockets they shoot instead of the more powerful cannonball. It felt so much more intimidating when it was one huge cannonball. Oh, there you go. There are the Wombat fans. Turtles are legit a good ship these days. They kind of work against all three enemy ship types. How much it's weird because they shoot multiple rockets at a time. I don't know how it adds up. It's Pierce attack for the most part, though. Only 7 to 13s on a night shift. I don't know what 7 to 13 is. It like 7 to 13 hour night shifts? That sounds not fun. I used to do 12-hour night shifts in hospitals. Yeah, working on software stuff. So here, out come the fires, and we'll see how well turtles do against the fires, and the answer is pretty darn well. Fires are obliterated, as will be the docks. 7 days a week, 13-hour shifts. Okay, that doesn't sound healthy. Is Clinching construction in Imperial Age for Masty. And he is smoothly on his way up to Imp. Hasn't even gone to the middle yet. Well, with 4 vills on stone, can transport ship and castle drop the middle? Maybe buy a round of stone and then castle for a foothold, then do war wagons. Giant cannonball was bizarre looking for the ship, but it was fun. That's the point. It was fun. Well, I don't think there's anything that doesn't look bizarre from the ship. The point of the ship is to look bizarre. Needs 2 towers and the unique tech to cover the whole map. That's Koreans. That's Koreans for you on migration. This dock getting destroyed by the turtle ships. Hungry turtle ships. Where's I like turtles? Are you still in the chat? Hope you like these monstrous turtle ships. Look at them. We'll zoom in. Gosh, they're zooming around. Zooming around turtle ships. Zooming. Look at how spiky they are. Look at them go. Look at them go with those cannonballs and the rockets tearing down the houses. I don't know. I think what counters turtles is just kind of being ahead in eco and in the game. And CombatWombat's going to call the GG. So rough eco difference or elo difference there as Masty. Oh, that's where Masty's dropping it. I was looking for Masty to drop the castle in the middle. He sailed around the side and was dropping it on CombatWombat's base. So GG's for Masty there. He'll win our final set of the night. And congrats to him. So 23 to 1 kitty. Well, that's where if CombatWombat wants to learn something, I think looking at that first game, just tightening up that build a bit would be nice. Second game I need to rewatch again. I totally thought he was up to feudal when he was up to castle. Oh, what is Masty? Masty doing some Lord of the Rings stuff? But, I mean, migration against Masty is a good challenge, too, because Masty's very well acquainted with that map. But anyway, I thank you all for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. I need to go to sleep so that I can cast Warlords tomorrow. So, thanks for watching. Also, thanks so much everyone who subbed. And all the bits and stuff, all the support for the stream. I hope you like USA Cup. I'm going to try to cast as much as I can, and it's lovely because it's in the evenings after all the other stuff is done. So we'll end it on YouTube and find someone to raid on Twitch. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow at 14 GMT for Warlords. GG, spam the G.